Okay, ladies and gents, thank you very much. I hope you had a nice break. And what a start to the mastermind. I can already see how much benefit you're all taking from each other with some good conversations and insights. And again, thank you very much to Ibrahim for your great presentation. Now we're going to move on to the next presentation. Charlie is going to walk you through everything and anything that you need to know to wrap up 2025 and go into 2026 as strong as possible. So give Charlie a big round of applause, please. Thank you very much.
So firstly, before we begin, we are doing a giveaway for Apple AirPods Pro. We're going to give away at the end of the day. So whoever puts the best Instagram story on, tagging me, we will be throwing these out into the crowd. So whoever does that, we will pick the winner at the end of the last talk of the day. So 3 agreements, what I want from everyone here today. Number 1, we can focus on fixing one big problem at this event. Number 2 is you've got to talk and interact with as many people as possible, so try and move around the room. And number 3 is actually write actions down, because when you write things down, it actually ingrains in your brain. Who here actually likes writing with physical pen and paper? It's much better than actually using a pen. Yeah, thank God for that. So it's getting away from screens is a huge thing. Now, who here has ever had someone tell them they can't do something? It's got everyone, right? And this is where you need to use this as fuel. So I want everyone to get a pen and paper. It's going to be very interactive through the start of this. I want you to write down like that one thing and make it very specific. Who was it? Where was it? What did they say? What do they say you can't do? What has someone said to you before that you cannot do? Someone said, Freya can't do this. Dom can't do this. What can you not do? Because that is essentially where every great story starts. And these things, the things you want to use as motivation. Ooh. This was Marbella in 2008. Who knows Jack Goodger on our team who speaks a lot of people in pools? Okay, so this is a really funny story. This restaurant in 2008, when I was 18, I applied with Jack to get a job in the kitchen to clean plates and shit. And the guy told us we weren't qualified, it was too dangerous to use the power hose thing. That was 2008 when I was 18. When I first became a personal trainer, I pretty much failed. That was 2008 in the gym group, 2009 gym group in Guildford. People told me I'd never make any money in fitness. I then went and became an estate agent. People said I'd failed doing that. Won loads of awards when I actually worked in my proper professional career, not that I don't work now. And then when I started posting content online, I remember this vividly. People were like, who the fuck does Charlie think he is? Like, you work in a job in a estate agent. Why are you posting photos of yourself topless online? Has anyone ever felt like that before? Where you're like, people have ridiculed you, trying to laugh at you? And has anyone also been in the position 3 years later, 5 years later, 6 months later, where you see the same person, you kind of laugh because it's funny, because you know you kind of won? And that's ultimately what this is meant to be. That photo hasn't loaded, but I then went on to generate over $20 million online in fitness. So I kind of broke a lot of the limiting beliefs with that. And ultimately, nothing can't be done, because if anyone in this room has a limitation in terms of what can be done with your business, there will be one person in this room who has done the exact thing you want to do. And ultimately, you just need to find a strong enough reason why you can do something. And the why is a very important thing. And I know the start of today has been very heavy in terms of mindset, because regardless if you're at 0, 10K a month, 100K a month, 500K a month, everything is a mindset thing that's stopping you getting to the next level. And ultimately, this is a saying I would definitely write down. You define the reasons, or the reasons define you. And a lot of the way I've probably changed and evolved in the last few years in terms of like thought processes. And one of the things I really want to give everyone today is share as many of these as possible, because one of the biggest things that's changed my life is changing the way I think and the way I look at situations and the decision-making framework I make. Now, this is a big reason for me. It's actually at the back of the room. It's kind of funny. I'm trying to get emotional. So now I have a daughter who's 4 weeks old. And what happened? Actually, I'll talk about this. So this literally frustrated me like insanely. So when I was having a daughter, everyone's like, oh, your life can change, you won't be able to do this, your business is going to fail, you'll get really out of shape. Like, no, it happened. And we'll kind of talk about into that. But this is where people will portray their limiting beliefs onto you. And the biggest gift I'm going to give her, I'm going to give it to everyone today. And it's not money, it's not status, it's not even skills. And this is the most important thing. I want everyone to come away from this event and it's unbreakable self-belief. Because if you do not have self-belief in yourself, no one will. People will not buy from you, if they do not feel you believe in yourself. You have to have that conviction. The reason why salespeople struggle is they do not have conviction, because they don't have self-belief. You have to have wild amounts of self-belief in yourself. Even if you have to like fake it till you make it in your head, give yourself whatever it takes to do that. Now, the next thing I want to go into is the wealth multiplier plan. The understanding of what you want and why, most people don't actually think. So everyone in here has a business that they want to scale to make money, and a lot of people don't understand actually why or what their dream life is. And I saw something that made me laugh the other day. I saw someone else who's a business coach put up a flex of their story that had 12 hours of back-to-back Zoom calls the entire day. I'm like, that's the fucking worst thing in life. Like, who wants 12 hours of Zoom calls all day? And for me, the big thing I've always wanted is life by design. Like, you design the life you want. And ultimately, that's what you should be doing with your business, because your business is there to serve you, not you to serve it. Now, this is going to take some fuel from you guys in terms of what you want to get your freedom. I want you to think about very clearly when we come into this, and you have to write stuff down. I'll give you time to work this out. When you want to get freedom in your life, what do you think that actually costs? Like, has anyone raised your hand up? Do you have a goal in terms of how much money you think you need every single month to actually make a living? Okay, Chris does. I did this with you. Okay. When I did this with you, Chris, I don't know if you can, someone shut Chris a mic. This would be interesting. So Chris spent a day with me last week or the week before. We broke down how much money you needed for your ideal life. How did that change your perspective? Do you want to stand up?
Change the perspective in the sense that very, very achievable in terms of what you actually need in the time frame that you, or the timeline that you have. And it just gives you a quantifiable number to work towards. It's not like I want to make something, or I want to make 50 or 60 or 10, 12, whatever. Like, it gives you a specific number in a specific time frame to a specific goal. The more specific you are, you know what you're working towards. If there's a lack of clarity towards anything that you're doing, you will not do it to the level that you require. Getting super clear on the clarity makes you know exactly what the inputs need to be. I think everyone here has an idea of what that outcome should be, but very few have an idea of what the daily input should be or the monthly input should be. That will change your approach on a day-to-day sense, on a week-to-week sense, and ultimately the mindset that it needs to get there.
Cool, thank you. It's going to work. Now, we're going to play a game. So I want everyone to ideally grab a pen and paper, or if worst case scenario, you use your phone or laptop. We're going to work out exactly how much money you need for your dream life, like specifically. And I want you to break this down. So I want everyone, once you've got a pen and paper, or your phone, or whatever device, close your eyes for a minute. And I just want you, everyone in here, just sit, close your eyes. I'm not going to hypnotize you. Ibrahim's already done that once today. We don't need to hypnotize twice. I'll unhypnotize you. Imagine it's a normal Friday, and 2 years from now, in 2027, where are you waking up? Be super, super specific. Who's next to you? So you're waking up, what does your house look like? Where in the world do you live? Who's laying next to you? What car do you have? What car on the drive? Is it multiple cars? What does your calendar look like that day? Are you doing 12 hours of Zoom calls, or are you doing what you actually want to do? And what are you doing that day that gives you energy or drains it? Be super specific and think about like what your perfect day, perfect life looks like in 2 years' time. Now, what I want everyone to do is open your eyes and write down exactly what that life looks like zero filters. So like, think childlike curiosity of like, there's no limits. No one said to me that money grows on trees, and money doesn't grow on trees. You can't afford it, you can't do X, Y, Z. That's unrealistic, that's over the top. I can give even a good example of how you become very aware of these things after a period of time. So obviously these events are expensive. The biggest super yacht in Dubai we can rent, we have rented tomorrow. And I told my mum this, and she was like, oh, like, that's a lot of money. I was like, yeah, it is. And she was like, I worry about you. I was like, aha, that's where like limiting belief in money come from. When you become aware when someone says something like that, you're like, you know to take that with a pinch of salt. So really go wild. What cars do you want? What house do you want? Do you want multiple houses? Do you want a house in Dubai? Do you want a house in Miami? Do you want both? Like, what specifically does that look like? What watches do you want? What clothes do you want to wear? Like, go wild. What holidays do you want to go on? Like, one thing on my vision board a few years ago is I wanted to go on skiing in Colorado for a few weeks. How many children do you want to have? Do you want to send them to private school? Do you want to have a chef in your house? There's a lot right going on, so we've got some good goals. So you want to raise their hand and share anything they've got as a goal? Is that curious? There you go, Tanner.
In 2 years, I want to live in Austin, Texas. I want to have 2 kids. I want to live in a $3 billion house with a big yard, my own home gym, have over 1 million subscribers on YouTube, and earning over $200K a month.
Sick. Anyone else? Alistair?
So to have a villa in Dubai, have a 992 GT3 RS parked outside. The day would start off with non-negotiables like an ice bath and training and setting myself up for the day. And the non-negotiable person beside me every day is the person that's beside me every day right now, which is my son.
Anyone else? One more last person? Anyone got anything you want to share? You go at the back?
Yeah, so this is Tony Stark's house from Iron Man 3.
Sick, I like it.
The Malibu residence house, that one, which got destroyed. That's the house that I want to live in. I want to be playing cricket in that house and practicing salsa with my wife. And yeah, the cars have to be Ferraris and Lamborghinis. And I want to have 40 billion in my bank account. And I want to be the go-to person for anybody who needs help with fertility and pregnancy.
Sick, there you go. Childlike curiosity, did he hold back on that? Probably not. The Tony Stark thing, I was like, that's pretty big. So this is really, really, really important, because if you don't know where you want to go and what you want, you will never get there, because you're just aimlessly drifting, which is what most people do in life. And if your business is maybe stuck and you're not seeing the progress you want, it's because you don't have something that's aligned with where essentially you want to go. And if you have clarity with that, it's then easy to put in the work to kind of get it. It kind of comes back in terms of like the reasons analogy I gave earlier on. So now if you break down everything you've written down, you want to put a number on it. So the mortgage or rent on the house, how much is that? How much do you want to invest per month? How much do you need for travel and your lifestyle? And ultimately, like, what's the number that buys back your time? Do you want like assistants? Do you want coaches in your business? Like, essentially breaking this all down is incredibly important. And what most people find is that it's actually a lot lower number than they probably anticipate. Like, you actually don't need to make 300 to 500K a month or $1 million a month or whatever, like some people think, to live ostentatiously. And the reason I say that is because the difference between good and great in terms of the lifestyle and the life you can have for yourself and your children is like marginal. You just need to put in the extra effort and make better decisions, and your life will dramatically change. And the thing I am most grateful to myself 5-6 years ago is that I went all in on this, so that now I have a family, I can provide and do the things I want to do. And everyone who's in the room right now, you have the ability to make decisions that will improve your future or deteriorate your future. So you have to think about that. Everything you are doing is either positive or negative. And when you have broken down in terms of exactly how much money you need to make, you've then, okay, cool. This is the goal for my perfect life and how I can structure my business to achieve it. That is ultimately the goal in terms of what we want to do. And that is your freedom number. That's essentially the goal of where you want to get, so you have everything you want, and then that is pulling you essentially where you want to be. Like life and business is kind of basic maths in some instances. So like Tanner, if you want a house that's $3 million in Austin, imagine if you want to buy that and you order, do you want to buy it cash or do you want to have a mortgage on it?
Realistically, it'll probably have to be a mortgage.
Okay, so you're going to probably what? Okay, so you want probably what, 20, 30% mortgage? So yes, you're going to need $600,000 as a deposit. You need 2 years. So like, do you see how that automatically comes into place? You break these things down, it comes very simple. Now, for most people, that's going to be 10K a month, 20K a month, 30K a month. It's not often as far and kind of wild as you think. And as I said, most people think the dream costs much more than they actually anticipate. And a lot of people say you can't make the money you want from your business, but the reality is that they just can't imagine it for themselves. So like you have to think bigger than the people around you, or change your environment and get yourself in a room like this. Because if you surround yourself with really successful people, a bit like the thing I mentioned about my mum saying that boat's really expensive, you probably shouldn't do it. You're sort of like, what the fuck is that come from? Like I've never heard anyone say anything like that to me for a while. You have to be very careful about the information that you take in, because it can positively affect your decision making or negatively affect your decision making. And now you know your number, this is like your North Star. And your brain will start to find ways to actually make it happen, because you actually have a reason of why you want it. Like this is super, super, super important. Because if you're trying to just make 100K a month because you're like, oh, it sounds cool, it's not really enough of a reason. But if you're like, okay, I want to make 100K a month because I want to get $600,000 as a deposit for my $3 million house in Austin so I can get my family dream home, you're going to be a lot more motivated. And then you'll take the right actions for that every single day. And something I think about all the time is I'd rather go too far than not far enough. Like, no one in here is going to regret, oh, I worked too hard. Like, it's bullshit. So what I want to go into now is the CEO system. So we've spoken about in terms of financial goals, where you want to go with the business, and specifically what that looks like. And this is the plug-and-play framework for building an A-player team. And you have to understand that when you have a team, the biggest thing you actually have to think about is obviously leadership, but then it's also decision-making. So this is a framework that I use, and it's called RICE. And I would write this down, and I think I have this on a whiteboard in my office as well. So it stands for, number 1 is reach. Number 2 is impact. Number 3 is confidence. Number 4 is effort. This is the kind of framework I try and run through everything from a decision-making process. And a lot of things can be done, but sometimes it's not worth the cost in terms of the effort that it takes to do that, because you're kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul kind of scenario. So every decision you're making in your business or your life, you need to think about this. You have to, and another great analogy I would give is you have one-way doors or two-way doors. So a two-way door would be like, okay, I want to try this Facebook ad audience. I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm going to try it. I can turn the ad off if it doesn't work. If I'm like, I don't know, this is a really bad example, but let's say I want to get a sex change and become a woman, I probably can't really undo that very easily. So like you have to make your decision making through that process of, can something kind of be undone? And the biggest lie in business that most people have is it's easier to have a small business than a big business. Why? Again, this is people's limiting beliefs, essentially where people are building a job for themselves, they are not building a business. Like you probably in this room because you wanted to build a business, to build your freedom, and then you sacrifice your freedom to build a business. Does anyone resonate with that? I've gone through massive periods of like, where I'm like, why the fuck am I doing this? This is getting a bit out of hand. And this is where you have to start intentionally. Actually, the life by design kind of analogy comes in. Now, where a lot of people get stuck is the 0 to 10K like grind phase. You wear all the hats, you're content creator, salesperson, VA, admin, whatever. Like, everyone's been through it, and that's respectfully kind of like the eat shit phase. And getting out of that phase is the most important thing you need to do as quickly as possible, because once you get out of there, it's easier. It's almost a bit like airplanes when they take off, right? The reason they fly at higher altitude is because the air is thinner, so they can go faster. It's kind of similar from a business perspective. For you to get out of that position, you're just going to have to be like a war of attrition to get through it as quickly as possible. I see Giacomo nodding because you're one of the best examples of that, and I know you'll be a good one to kind of speak about that. I'm actually going to give you an example. So you went from 0 to like $63,000 a month in like 4 or 5 months. Okay, I undershot him. $66,000 a month, pretty much on your own in like 4 or 5 months. So like that's escape velocity out of this phase. You want to get out of that as quickly as possible, because that's where business isn't particularly fun. Second part, this is where probably the most people in this room are probably stuck, is the foundational phase of building teams, systems. You've got a couple of team members, and people are like, oh, I don't like having a team. It's like, well, would you rather do everything yourself? Would you rather teach other people to do it? And I can't explain the best way to do this. So the biggest challenges people have when it comes to building a team, you don't know where to find good people. You don't know what good looks like. And thirdly, you do zero training, and then you wonder why these people don't perform very well. Common sense. And the best way to train new team members is the 3Ds, is a very simple framework, which essentially is do, document, and then delegate. So whatever you are doing in your business that you want to get someone else to do, you can do this. You went from the 0 to 10K phase, where you like the proverbial eat shit, where you have to do all the hard stuff. You just put on Loom, show someone how you did it, and now with AI, you could just run that through AI with a Loom video and be like, make me an SOP of exactly how I did this coaching check-in, give it to the new hire. Pretty simple. So do, document, delegate. A great example for this when it comes to sales training for closers or setters is if you take your own sales calls or DM conversations and actually just clip sections out of them. And you can basically make like a training library to handle any kind of specific challenge or objection or anything you want to teach anyone. The job is that you can try and make the training onboarding process as automated without you having to handhold people through. That's a huge, huge asset you can start to building your business. Now, what we do internally in our own businesses is we host all our video trainings in an internal version of School, where we have everything in there with like videos, SOPs, and we also do the same thing in terms of Notions, and we do this by department. So we've got everything kind of templated out, so anyone who joins, it's very simple, it's very straightforward, and that gives us the ability to say, for example, if we look at a sales or lead generation perspective, we can ramp people up very, very quickly, because who here wants to scale their business really quickly? Probably everyone, right? Okay, so one of the easiest ways to do this is more manpower. So if you can bring in more people and get the ecosystem to work, which we'll talk about with paid ads, you've essentially got horsepower, manpower you can just kind of put out there, which is essentially what we want to do. Now, a huge question is the best place to find talent. The easiest one is actually posting on your own social media. It costs nothing. It's the easiest thing in the world. So why does this work? One is that the people who are on your social media, they probably like you, which is why they follow you. It kind of helps. So if they're bought into you, the brand, the vision. One caveat I would say from that is you want to be careful in terms of how you describe job roles. I wouldn't put like I'm hiring sales closers for a fitness offer. I'd be like, I'm looking for someone with great communication skills, customer service, and then push them into kind of like a sales role and tell them what the thing is. But posting your own social media is the easiest place to find warm people who know you. Actually, to go back on that, the second reason why people also need to build a brand is the bigger your brand gets, the easier it is also to hire, because people will want to come and work for you. And then you also have credibility that people will literally just DM you all the time in terms of like, oh, can I come work for you? Can I do X for free? Whatever. The quality of people's applications, the easiest way to filter those in terms of what we do is we get people to, basically it's like a hiring VSL, and we get people to submit an application with a Loom video on it. Now, we can tell without even looking at the Loom video if the person is probably good or not from the background of the video and like how it's kind of shot. So sometimes we won't even watch them. But that is a really easy way to kind of filter out poor people. If you also want to know the quickest way to filter out people who are really, really bad is when they ask, what is Loom? Or they can't get it to work. It's like you failed the application process, so just ignore. Second thing, Upwork. This is a platform that's massively underutilized. We've hired a lot of team members from here who've actually worked for us for maybe 3 years, who came from Upwork originally. We have a fair few people who come from Eastern Europe who've done well from there. And the fourth thing we've started doing very heavily recently, which has saved a huge amount of time and resources, is using placement agencies who will give us trained and ready to go staff. We just basically kind of buy in. Because if you can get a quality salesperson, setter, editor, whatever, that can literally plug and play to your business, that's like, there's no ramp up time. It's like supercharged. So that's a huge hack in terms of collapsing time. And for anyone here in terms of scaling their business faster, that's essentially what we want to be doing consistently, is how can we collapse time to move quicker. And the biggest hack to get the type of talent you want is also this, is do an ocean personality test pre-interview. So this is a test where you'll get a reply like this, which is basically a breakdown of any individual's personality. So like, how extroverted are they, emotionally stable, agreeable, conscientiousness, and like their intellect. So you can tell a lot about someone's personality and for the job role in terms of what you want. So hiring people and hiring the wrong people can set you back a lot of time. So this is where you kind of, the analogy of like hire slow, fire fast comes in, is like if you get anything that's kind of a bad vibe at the beginning, just sack them off, it's definitely not worth it. But this is a really good thing I would also do with people internally currently in your business, because you'll get a better understanding specifically about how to manage certain team members, or if someone is potentially in the wrong role. Now I'm going to go into the fastest way of scale in 2026, and this is the AI enhanced client machine. So who here is using AI for content? Probably everyone already, I'm guessing. You should be. Okay, awesome. So for your content to crush, it needs to connect with 3 different audiences online. So number 1 is your core audience. So these are like the people who are massive, massive, massive fanboys. They like what you post, do whatever you want. Second, casual audience. People who sometimes like engage with stuff. Maybe they follow you for a little bit of a while, but they're not like kind of super, super hot. And the third one is like new audiences. So people who have no idea who you are, but this content is super engaging and is specific to them. Now, the way the algorithms of social media are work is changing rapidly. So it's going very much from previously being a follower-based platform where you would only see content if you follow someone, to now being based on relevancy. So how relevant is a piece of content to a specific person, which is why the exact language you use in videos matters a lot, the clothing you wear, the backgrounds. AI is running all the algorithms and will match your content to the specific avatar. So for example, I imagine everyone in here wants to target wealthier people because they can then pay more, which is obviously an ideal scenario, and they're not getting the financial objection. So you want to try and, in your language, target some of those people. I can see Giacomo nodding again, because he does that very well. So like, this is a life hack. If you can try and target those people who are less likely to have a financial objection, they're going to be much easier to close. We then do this. We create this in a content framework. And the process in terms of how we film this for short form now, I personally don't like fully scripting reels. You can fully script some of them, but I think it's a bit inauthentic. If you're also good in terms of just ripping off camera, this is what I generally see works best, that comes across authentic. The other thing I'd also try and do is when you're in a high energy state, film this stuff. So like after training, like when you're on a high, you don't want to do it when you're tired. If you're someone like Trevor who's nodding over there, like he's constantly like fucking level 12, so he can just wake up and kind of rip it and do his muscle shuffle thing. So number 1 is point. Number 2 is story. And number 3 is lesson. So this is the framework you want to do in kind of everything from short form and from long form. Now, to help with this, that's probably a little bit zoomed out. We've basically built out a ChatGPT that we can give everyone here, which basically does this for you. It will find 25 viral topics for your specific niche. You just put in, I work with men who are over 30 who want fat loss or whatever, and it will go through the views and dims of like the point, the story, the lesson, and the specifics with that. So literally, for this one here, for example, the point would be, I can't remember if that says from here. The dad bod isn't getting older. I have to walk closer. See, I'm getting older, I can't read. The dad bod isn't from getting older, it's from living on autopilot, would be like the hook of the video. So it's taking you through each kind of segment in terms of exactly how you need to try and label these things, and it'll give you 25 easy examples of that. So once you've got the point, it'll then go into the second bit of the story. I see guys blame their age, but it's really the late nights, stress eating, and skipping workouts because life got busy. And their lesson. You don't need to train harder, you need to train consistently, even when life's chaotic. So like, that's a really easy framework you can kind of articulate without having to script the whole thing. Come across very natural, and then obviously you just want to be making it as engaging as possible from a perspective of visuals, make it look enticing, and get the watch time in the first 3 seconds, the most important thing. Now, if you want this, you can just use a QR code here, and it will give it to you, and it will just scan it onto your own ChatGPT. So I will leave that up for you guys for that. But that's a really easy thing if you want to kind of just rip through short form content. You can also use it in terms of story making for like if anyone here does YouTube. It's a really easy framework to use. And also it's slightly different than other people. The second thing I'd say in terms of, I've taught this a lot in terms of on 7-figure scaling systems. I would also create this document, which is a life stories document. So if you create a document which has, let's say, every story you can remember across your entire life, of like when you were a kid, when you, I don't know. I remember the first day I worked as an estate agent, I nearly quit because it took me an hour and a half in traffic to get there, and I was so stressed, I was like, fuck it, I'm not gonna do this. Like, you could put that in there. Like, everything you can put into as possible, which is a personal story, because it can start to blend some of this stuff in. Who in here also uses LinkedIn? Anyone? A few hands? Okay. So LinkedIn works really well from a story-based written copy. So I would also do that type of story bank, which you can upload into ChatGPT for that. Absolutely crushes. The way Instagram is also changing right now is pushing a lot more carousels and also static images. So you can use the same type of framework with a long text. And if you're using carousels or images, make sure you also put audio on it because it can then also get pushed into the Reels feed. So everyone got that? Cool. Now, who in here wants to do big, big numbers? Okay. Who also wants to make this a process where you're not constantly worried about where the next lead is coming from? Everyone, right? Okay. This is the easiest way to basically never have to worry about leads again. And I would only suggest this if you're already doing over 15 to 20K a month. The reason I say that is because you've already got your back-end sales processes dialed in and kind of proof of concept at a higher level. Now, step number one, you want to get, and you can use this for your content, get all your sales call transcripts, as many as possible. Run them through AI. Step two, pull the biggest pain points and desires from the prospects. So the prompt you could use for this would be, for example, here's attached a document, fit my last 50 sales calls. Please pull out all the biggest pain points that my clients have that they only tell their therapist that keeps them up late at night. And then the last thing I'd actually do with that, if you want to do this from a content perspective, I'll talk about that, is you could then ask it to give you the top 10 negative hooks you could use based upon the client's pain points. And what we're about to do is talk about how you create, people talk about marketing, but I want to create propaganda, which is like kind of where you manipulate people, which is what we're going to do. I can see some people laughing. Sound like a communist state now. But next thing we want to do is we know their pain points. We want to make it specific in terms of how our ideal client thinks. So the last part of this is you get someone, again, pick your ideal clients. Everyone in your head, you have the perfect client you absolutely love. I want more people like this. Get that person to complete an ocean personality test. You upload that as well. So it's the exact same process for content as well as what I'm about to show from an ad side. So we're going to basically create a VSL. Step number two is you use that information to then create video ads. So like specific hooks, spoken videos, you can use graphic ads, and then we're going to create what's called a video sales letter. And you insert this into a book a call funnel. So you'd have an opt-in page and then send them to a landing page where basically we're booking people on kind of repeat. This is a new style of VSL funnel to the confidential things. We've got a couple of other variations which we're using, which are crushing. Step three is you then launch paid ads. So everyone in here makes money from organic content, right? Like, yeah. If you can make money from organic content, if you want to make a lot of money, you then need to use paid ads and need to learn how to do that because organic has a cap on it unless you're kind of Mr. Beast. So what we focus on once we've got the specific messaging from step one, which I can't flip back to, this is the exact things your ideal clients are saying. You've got their personality test kind of mapped out. We then have built a funnel, which has then got we've got video ads and sending people to a funnel, which has a video of you basically explaining kind of like your unique mechanism, put a couple client case studies within that. We then are going to set up paid ads, which initially you only want to launch on retargeting to a warm audience. Now, why do we only go to a warm audience? Because it's easier to sell to people who already know who you are, who have been following you for a while. So we're looking for proof of concept that the system works, the ads connect, and the things hit. And the dashboard with shitloads of numbers on there, that is from an ad tracking software we use in Ads Manager called Hyros. So we can see, for example, on this warm retargeting campaign that we have, it's got about £40,000 worth of profit on this one. It tracks everything to the 9th degree, where I can see the single video ad or graphic ad that someone's booked in from, that they signed up from. It tracks the LTV. I can see everything. And this is where you're eliminating the guesswork from scaling your business, because we can take the actual data from the front end of your business, and then we can then apply that to the marketing propaganda, and then we can track the back end in terms of the paid ads with like 100% accuracy and know exactly where people are coming from. The reason you don't start these types of funnels or ad creative on a cold audience is it can be expensive, which is also why I said not to do this if you're not making 15 to 20K a month, because the colder audiences, your cost per call is going to be much higher, so you're going to have to spend more to kind of know if it's working. And if I was going to give some people some like KPIs of generalizations for numbers I would look at. In fitness, I would say for a qualified call booked, 150 to 200 pounds is good. Like that's a good like metric to kind of look at, depending on the cost of your program. And you have to break down like simple math. Okay, if I can get, let's say it's 200 pounds. If I can get 10 people to book a call for 200 pounds, I spend $2,000, and then let's say half of them show up. Okay, so that's 5, and my program is 3K. What's the likelihood that I can close 2 or 3 of those? Probably pretty high. So then the math stacks. So this is where you have to understand the data from your business, like kind of back to front. And the reason why a lot of people also struggle with paid ads and these types of systems is they try and delegate the whole thing out. Reality is you have to take ownership of your business. And Jordan, who's speaking later on, will talk about this as well. You as the business owner are the rainmaker. Like you make shit happen. So your job is like chief revenue officer. You need to get leads in and sales coming in and getting this thing to happen kind of consistently. Now, once you've got the VSLs and you can run this on lead magnet funnels, opt-ins, this is the easiest way for you to book way, way more calls and get this whole thing set up efficiently. If anyone has any type of opt-in funnel, lead magnet, and you're not doing this, you're leaving a huge amount of money on the table. So this is essentially a Slack channel where we have every opt-in who comes into our business will come in. We will get their phone number, email, and we ask for Instagram. Why do we do that? It's because what we are doing is we are going to then outreach those people. So we will outreach them on Instagram. We also outbound dial people. We will WhatsApp people. But even if you want to start with the basics, what works really well for us is just running this, even just to create a list of people to outbound. Because we're creating a warm targeting list of people we can then message, essentially. And then this is just where this becomes really, really simple math. And you can literally just repeat it over and over and over again. We never have to worry about leads coming in or calls coming in. You just have a tap you can turn on and off. The reason why I started this talk earlier about talking about from a hiring perspective is because when you do this, you will need to start hiring people very quickly because you realize that you have way too many calls, which is a great problem. Who in here wants to have too many calls? There you go. Everyone wants fucking too many calls. It does become a problem because I remember in our fitness business at one point, I was taking maybe 25 to 30 calls a week and then doing everything and coaching 200 clients, and I hated it, which is then why I built a sales team. In our fitness business at one point, I think we were booking like 1,200 to 1,400 sales calls a month, which was retarded, and I had kind of no idea what I was doing. I was just kind of like gung-ho. And why I also talk about the gung-ho thing is that everyone obsesses about everything being perfect, but nothing is ever going to be perfect. Things are always going to be broken, shit's not going to work, but you have to look at the highest leverage things in your business, which is generally going to be traffic and sales. Kind of like everything else, touch wood, doesn't really matter to some degree after that. Like, you're not going to 4x your business by improving your churn rate by 1% or increasing your opt-in rate on a funnel by 1% or improving your email open rate. So if you can just focus on crushing things that really make a difference, your business will grow dramatically. And this comes back to something. People say you can't do something until it has been done, and you've done it. If you think about a greatest example, I think from an athletic standpoint, is Roger Bannister, who ran the 4-minute mile. No one had done it. People thought you would die. And then after 6 months, he did it. 24 other people did it. Did the human body evolve in 6 months? No. But people's perceptions and perspectives of what can be done changed because you've seen other people do it. And everyone said to me in October when we had our daughter that my business would suffer, like you won't be able to handle everything, blah, 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 blah. And what actually happened? We actually had our best month of the year, thanks to the Zach system. Nothing fucking changed. So, and if I was to give the honest answer to why I also think that happened, who here maybe thinks they're a work addict? Like, yeah, okay, you are definitely. Anyone else? There's a few hands who should be going up. Okay, so does everyone in here think they're maximally effective, or they're also just very busy a lot of the time? They're busy being busy, right? So like, a lot of times we kind of create stuff for us to do that isn't the maximum return on investment on our time. So me having a child made me think, okay, well, fuck it. If the only 2 things I need to focus on are these 2 things, what's the highest leverage thing is these 2 things. I'll just do these really, really well, and our business will continue to grow. So always try and have that mindset of like, what are the biggest levers you can push in the business to really get it to grow? And then also, what's the biggest constraint you have right now? So for example, if you're booking loads and loads of sales calls, but you're not selling anyone, then the closing is obviously an issue. For a lot of people, it's actually they're not charging enough, which is actually often a self-worth issue. Chris already mentioned earlier, like I've berated him into increasing his prices multiple times, and I think he will probably do 100K this month, I think. You can say yes or no, but and that's where you have to change your perspective in terms of what good looks like and what effective pricing is. So if I was to tell everyone in here, I've got a friend and client I work with who is selling $25,000 programs on LinkedIn. Like, that's a lot. And what does he sell? The exact same fucking thing as everyone else in here. But they have a Whoop band and a tracking dashboard. Like, it's no different. But it's just the way they position themselves in the market and it's effectively who they sell to. So if I was going to give you a marketing tip as well, I think very carefully about how you position yourself and who you are speaking to. Because if you speak to everyone, you speak to no one. So you have to be very clear who your avatar is, of who you want to work with, and then almost like fight against who you don't want to work with. And this is the exact same system that helped Dave and Michael. Dave just walked out, who did, I think, 173K in October. Dom, who's floating around somewhere, you did 200K in October. Like, this is the easiest way to scale at bigger numbers, because you can just crank it up and it just becomes really, really easy maths. And using VSLs with AI is just like auto-repeat calls, leads, traffic, and you can just push it as much as you want until essentially the team breaks. Now, with this, the devil is in the details. And that's one of my favorite sayings, you don't know what you don't know. And that's everyone is paying a huge amount of ignorance tax. And same in terms of the unknown unknowns. There are loads of things we have no idea that even exists. Ibrahim talked about, someone earlier talking about thinking the world's going to end. I didn't even fucking know that was going to happen. That was unknown to me. Fortunately, we're still here. But this is where you have to realize that we are all paying ignorance tax that we need to pay down. And the difference between small little details, in particular with paid advertising, is millions and millions and millions of dollars. I've generated over $20 million online. We'll spend $100,000 this month on ads that I personally run, not an ads agency. And the reason I have got this to work is because I have the right reasons. And if anyone wants me to personally help implement this type of ads VSL funnel with them, which you can scale to big numbers, I will help anyone script the ads. I will help you script the VSL. And the exact funnels we use, I've got a contact who's the chief funnel builder at ClickFunnels, run by Russell Brunson, who will build the exact funnel for you and give it to you, and then we just need to run traffic it. So this is like a done-for-you service. I help to optimize the offer, sales process, and we'll basically turn this into a money machine. And this is the most consistent way that like online businesses are going to continue to grow as we go into the next few years. This will also include me working one-to-one with anyone, and calls, check-ins with me. Most importantly is going to be obviously WhatsApp support, weekly data reviews, because these exact systems are very heavy in terms of looking at KPIs of call bookings, leads, what ads are kind of converting. Over $500,000 of resources I've got from Hormozy and other people who are the smartest people on the planet I'm constantly consulting with. And this is limited to just 3 people, because transparently, I don't want to coach tons and tons of people, because I want to focus on high leverage things. The reason I am doing this is because I want to create people who are superstars in the fitness industries who absolutely fucking slay. And I know that there are people in this room who have the ability to slay, but they just don't know how yet. So if someone has the drive and the work ethic, this is for 6 months. We are charging £40,000 for it. We had 1 client sign up last week also at this price. So I'm taking on 4 people technically. And then I break down why this is a no-brainer in terms of simple math. I'm a math guy. So for some perspective, we will build a system that gets you 3 clients a week at a minimum of 3K. That's £9,000 a week in extra revenue. Over 6 months, that's £234,000. It's a lot of money. And that's just in the first 6 months. That will continue to compound for you over a period of time. That's a 5.8x return on the first 6 months alone. So that means every £1 you put in, you're getting 5 to 6 back, which is why this is a no-brainer. Now, I said it's going to be £40,000 for 6 months, but for anyone who's an existing client or who's at the event, I'll do it for £30,000. Just don't tell the guy who signed up last week, transparently. And this is actually an 8x return on your money. And this is essentially where you create a cash machine. And this is only going to be limited to 3 people. Now, what I want to do is celebrate a few people who've achieved the exact results we are speaking about. and there's been a lot of them. We've had 23 coaches break 6 figures a month in the last 6 months. So some of these guys in the US are not here. So Dane is one of them. His technical thing he said to us was, Instagram doesn't work, it's broken, it doesn't work for me. I think his business went from like 25K to 110K. It does work, he just didn't know how to use it or run ads. Number 2 is Bernard, I don't think he's here. So he went from 35K to 105K in I think his first month, which is wild. So he coaches in the Dutch market. Huncho is also in the US. He went from a 50K a month to 100K a month. And then we've got Dave and Mike Kennedy, who did the first 200K a month. I think we've actually got an award for you as well for your first 200K one. If you want to come grab that. Yeah. I realized I hadn't given you one. Dave had one for the 6-figure one, but not 200, so congrats, dude. All good? Thank you. Appreciate it, dude. And next up, with the latest one, Dom. He's also done 200K a month. So, and that's pounds as well. Do you want to come up? And why this is sick, this is like the 0.001% of people in the fitness industry who do this. So what I'd say is like, I apologize for saying this in advance because people are going to interrogate you. Ask these guys questions because they will know shit that will just melt your perspective. You're also sharing some, you're talking later on as well, so he's going to share some insights in terms of what he's doing. So why can this happen and why can people get results like this so quickly is I've worked with Dave and Dom for both quite a long time, but they're very coachable, they're very emotional stable, they just fucking do the thing. Like if you say do X, Y, Z, they just do it. And that's ultimately how simple business is in terms of when it comes to scaling. So this is only for like the top 1% coaches in the room. And transparently, this is for me just trying to create the next fucking superstars of people in the fitness industry. So with that, if anyone is interested and wants to take one of the 3 spaces, if you speak to Sasha or Chris, they will basically take like a confirmation payment of 5K. If you're not in the bracket where I can appreciate 30K might be a lot of money for some people if your business is kind of newer, we also have our Black Friday offers that are also launching today. Speak to the team, they can kind of fill you in on that. And what we're also doing is we're going to give away refund anyone who signs up the ticket price, whatever you signed up for today. So that is today's talk. Tomorrow on the boat, I'm going to be doing an intensive Q&A in terms of how to add another 10K a month to your coaching business, which is going to be more specific to the earlier phases in terms of people scaling their businesses. Cool. Thank you. Now, if we look at the big levers to scale this year, we've got to first understand what leverage is. So leverage is achieving outsized results with minimal effort by using systems, capital, media, technology, or people to multiply impact and scale. One of the reasons people crush it and grow so quickly when they come work with 7-figure scaling systems is you suddenly become not the fool with many hands doing everything. You start to put people in place and systems, so then things just happen without you. And I think back to when I felt like I completed the game, when I had someone who was going to book a sales call, someone take the sales call, close it, and then someone coach them, and I'm not involved. When you get to that point, you actually have a business where you can go on holiday, go to Maldives, do whatever you want, and things will continue to flow, and that's ultimately the goal we want to be getting to. And if we look at what leverage is from Archimedes, if you give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it, like you can move the world. And that's really what you need to think about, that if you create enough leverage in your business, and with some of the things you can do, you can have a huge amount of impact by just pressing a button. And I'm going to show you in this talk some of the systems we're using right now, some of the things you can implement, where you can push a button and get huge amounts of traffic and impact. Now, one of the things you have to do when you're thinking about using leverage in your business, you're thinking about being time efficient, and you're thinking about singularity of focus, is look at your business as an investor. And there's a couple of different reasons for this. You have finite resources to allocate in terms of your own time, money, and also your team's time. Because no matter who you are a human being, and there's only so many hours you will work, and you can grind and you can grind, eventually you will get burned out. So you have to understand that these are finite things you can deploy and use them wisely. And if you look at all self-made billionaires, so you've got Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, where do they all start? The exact same position you are. But with basically nothing. And what they basically did is they allocated their resources effectively that made them successful. They had absolutely everything you did at the same time from the beginning, but they just used their time differently and focused on the right things. Now, the biggest needle mover in your business, you're already doing. So I think I spoke to James about this before this talk. Everyone's looking for sometimes the magic silver bullet. The magic silver bullet you've probably already got in the gun, you're just not firing it. And you're just taking shots at empty rounds. And this is where you have to be very intentional with where you put your time and effort and not just get dragged into doing the next red shiny object. Now, way to think about this is more, better, new. So like, can you do more of what you're doing? Can you improve that? And then go to something new once you've maxed out. So if you have a strategy that's working, before you get to red shiny object syndrome of doing a new thing, just focus on doing that and maximizing as much as possible from that. Some great examples of that, I think Don Wendy, like you've got a strategy, for example, with ads that's crushing right now. Like you can just turn up leads on demand. But that's not a problem for you now. Your problem is now actually a sales team. So you have to focus the problem you have at hand and not get drawn into red shiny object. And I corrected you yesterday when you were like, oh, maybe I should start targeting the US. I'm like, dude, you don't need fucking more leads or calls from America. You just need someone who can take the calls. So sometimes you just need to be reframed back to the thing that's actually causing the problem. If anyone likes Monopoly, that's a very good game. So basically, you do not pass go, do not go to the next red shiny object until you've optimized and dialed in what's currently working for you right now. And why? Statistically, only 1 in 3 new strategies works. Like, it's important to try new things, which we're going to come on to, but when you bring in a new strategy into your business, you don't know if it's going to work in a week, 2 weeks. Generally, like if you have a slightly bigger business as well, it's going to take 4 to 6 months. And our job at 7-Figure Scaling Systems is respectfully to stop you doing stupid shit and keep you in line with what you should be doing and give you the path of least resistance to where you want to be. And when you're looking at allocating resources, this is roughly what you think about doing. 60% on like literally what's working right now, 20% on improving that, and then respectfully 20% on fucking around trying new things. What most people do is they probably put 50, 60% into trying new things and their business starts to go backwards because they get distracted by the red shiny object. And this is probably one of the most profound things, like we've just started working with Alex Hormozy and their team at acquisition.com. He said something to me along these lines and I was like, shit, this is so obvious. And this is what I say to you, like the reframe of the importance of this is huge. Think right now what actually works in business, what brings in calls, what makes you money, how can I do more of that, how can I improve that system, how can I just rinse and repeat that as much as possible before I go on to something else. But it's also important to remember this. If you never try new strategies, your business will never grow and you also get left behind. Because like I said earlier on, times are changing. Like the shit people used to post in 2019, 2020, and I actually saw someone doing this the other day and I actually messaged them and be like, I know who taught you this because it's the same thing from like 5 years ago, it doesn't work anymore. Like putting up a like static image which isn't that great with like a poor caption, it's not going to get you leads. Like you have to move with the times. And something to think about is you're actually building 2 businesses. So with the 2 businesses you have, you're building the business you have today, and then more importantly, the business you have tomorrow. Because everyone is in this room because you're growth minded, you want to improve, which is where you have to think about where am I going, how am I going to get there, and also analyze and reflect all of the time. Now, what can you add to your business to scale? This is the fun stuff. But before we actually get into that, we need to know the problem we need to solve. And this is also where it gets interesting, because the reason most people don't scale their business is they focus on trying to fix the wrong problem. And hands up, I've done that loads of times. Like, I really like marketing. I really like two people with hands up. Hands up if you've done that before. You get like distracted, you try to do wrong shit. Like, we've all done it, right? It's entrepreneurial ADHD. Like, I love marketing, so I'm like, I'll just try and outmarket my way out of every problem. It's just like pushing massive rock uphill. Doesn't really help. So, know what problem we need to solve. This would be worth taking a photo of. So, I'll move out of the way. So here's some KPIs we would expect generally in a fitness business. As a minimum, you want a call show-up rate roughly 50% plus, call close rate 50% plus, your churn rate as a minimum should be 10% or less, your LTV to CAC ratio, which stands for lifetime value, and then cost to acquire a customer, is a 3 to 1. Your cost to acquire a customer, you would basically work out with a formula of how much you spend on marketing, how much your closers cost, how much your setters cost, total of whatever that expense is, divided by how many people sign up that month. So you spend £10,000 or dollars on Facebook ad setters and the closer, and you had 10 clients sign up, your cost to acquire customer would be $1,000. Profit margins should always be 48% plus upwards. That's really going to depend on the size of your business, because the bigger the business is, the more overheads you're going to have. So that's very case dependent. I would say with that though, that you will go through periods where you have to invest heavily back into the business as you're looking to scale things up. So that will fluctuate. And then a great question I get a lot of the time is the marketing costs. How much should I spend on Facebook ads? How much should I spend on traffic? The way social media works now is very much getting a pay to play. And if you know your numbers, it's actually easier than ever to scale. And I'm going to show you some of the ways how in this talk. But roughly, you want to be looking at 10 to 20% of your revenue you put into front-end marketing. So for example, if you make 10 grand a month, 1,000 to 2,000. If you make 100 grand a month, 10 to 20K a month, within that type of range. Now, if we break these down by one, if these are the issues you have. So I think Shako actually mentioned this, and a few people have mentioned this. And so as we go through these, I'm going to offer you solutions of how to improve these with some of the new things that are working. So increasing call show rates. Sending them a personalized WhatsApp video as soon as the call's booked in. So I took a call yesterday with a guy who signed up, and then I sent him a WhatsApp video when I was walking on the treadmill at the gym. He's like, holy shit, is this AI? I was like, no dude, it's actually me, which I thought was quite funny. But this is superhuman interaction. It's like scaling by doing the unscalable, and getting your closers to send personalized videos to someone is huge. And I remember I bought some tickets for a Grant Cardone thing last year, and I'm not even joking, within like 30 seconds, I think I had about 3 customized videos from people from his team. I was like, shit, that's impressive. But you also see face-to-face the person you're going to be speaking with. Because people are more inclined to turn up if they know, oh, I've got a call with Nick, I can see Nick, he looks like a nice guy, I'm going to feel bad if I don't show up. Otherwise, there's a name on the calendar, like they don't really care, right? So that would be one thing. Second thing is pushing them into long-form content after the call is confirmed. The best way you can get someone bought into your process and you as a person is to watch longer form or listen to longer form content. Reels and short form content on Instagram is great. Instagram is a conversion platform, but it's not great in terms of warming people up, because if I watch a 30-second reel from Chris, I'm not going to be like, I don't really know a huge amount about him, but if I watch a 10-minute video, I can see the way he communicates, the way he talks, his energy, what he's about. So that has a huge impact. Something else I would also do, if you have, for example, phone closers or someone who's taking calls on your team, you could actually have them in some of the videos with you, so it puts that person on a pedestal and gives them some authority as well. Call close rate. So with this, if you're above 60%, you need to increase your price. Most people bottle it respectfully when it comes to this. The worst thing that can happen, you increase the price, you don't close, you go back to where you were, you increase the price, you close, you make loads more money. Like, you can't really lose. There's an expression in business, you have a one-way door and a two-way door. This is a two-way door. If you increase the price and you can't sell it, you just go back down again. So there is literally nothing to lose other than you just don't make more money if you don't ask the question. Secondly, if you're below 50-60% in terms of closing right now, booking a one-to-one sales call for training with Jack and actually get your calls recorded and send them to him. The quickest way to improve from a closing perspective is someone from the outside look at your call and be like, do you see your tonality? Do you see how you said this? Do you see how you paused and you seemed uncertain? There's small little things you're probably doing right now that you don't realize. Thirdly, anyone who's got a payment processor in the US, this is even better, but I don't think he's here, Tyler, but actually you should definitely do this. So anyone from the US, client financing is massive. So something called a firm in the US is wild, where someone could pay you 3 to 5 grand up front, you get paid straight away, but the client will then pay over 2 to 3 years in installments. In the UK, you have things like Klarna, which is very easy to integrate into Stripe. Fourthly, in terms of call close rates, is doing split pays. And fifthly is reviewing scripts. If you don't have scripts and you don't have a framework in terms of how you're selling people, that's probably the problem. If you also do not know any of these numbers, this is also going to be part of your problem. So what gets tracked and gets managed, you can then actually improve, because you can then see what the problem is. Reducing client churn rate. The quickest way to do this is decreasing the time to value. So how quickly does someone get something, like a response, an improvement? And in the fitness niche, majority of people in here will be helping people lose weight, which is why it's essential in the first 5 to 7 days. If you do fat loss, the person loses weight. If you have not done that, you are pretty fucked, because if you're asking someone to come in and they're going to eat things they don't want to eat and change their entire lifestyle and nothing changes, how likely is it they're going to want to keep continuing? But if they come in and they start Ollie's program and they drop 4 or 5 kilos in the first 2-3 weeks, and they drop maybe 2-3 pounds the first 5 to 7 days, they'd be like, this is awesome. They'd be pumped. They have momentum. They have confidence, which means the likelihood of them then renewing and actually getting a great result and then potentially getting more referrals is going to increase dramatically. Second point is resetting goals constantly. So from a fitness aspect, when do your fitness goals end? When you die. So like, I would make a bit of a joke of that to people, it's like constantly setting new goals to people. Thirdly is a one-to-one relationship with a coach. So coach-client relationships are huge. If you're coaching people, they should like you. If your coaches are coaching people, then being charismatic, personable is huge. And fourthly is community aspects. So things like Facebook groups, events, group calls, doing challenges in groups, even WhatsApp communities. If you have smaller groups, I do a WhatsApp community. I would definitely not have a WhatsApp group if you have over 100 clients. I can give you a very good story why. I remember 2021 maybe, I think we maybe had like 200-300 people in a WhatsApp group with fitness clients, and we were selling people all over the world. We had a lot of people coming in from the US, and someone from the US would come in cold from an ad, they would join, and they put in their email wrong, didn't get the questionnaire, and they would put in the WhatsApp group like, this whole thing's a fucking scam. Then all of our clients jump in, start defending us. I'd wake up at 7 a.m. and it's like, what the fuck is this? Like World War III's going on with like 500 back and forth and people slagging each other. So from experience of like what not to do, once you get over like 20 people, don't have a WhatsApp group, like have a Facebook group you can moderate. I can see Sasha and people nodding in the background because it's literally, if you want less stress, just trust me, it's a good idea. When we come to reducing cost to acquire a customer, so the cost of Facebook ads and advertising has increased and will continue to do so, which is actually going to come into the pricing aspect later on and some things we're going to go through, which are really easy to implement. One is improve the quality of your ads. So people think, oh, Facebook ads don't work, this is terrible, this is a scam. Facebook is $1 trillion company, like with a T, like massive. Facebook ads work, it's just you don't know how to get them to work, or you're not putting enough effort into the creative to be good enough. So is the hook good enough? Is the way the video is filmed good enough? Is the dynamic good enough? Is it speaking to the actual person who you want to bring through as a client? Like the more specific you are to the type of person, the more specific Facebook is going to be pushing that to someone. Because they use AI to read all the video, read all the copy that you're going through, and they will push that to the right type of person. So this is a huge thing to first look at. Secondly is improving ad targeting. So firstly, if you're ever going to run ads, if you're going to boost something, for example, don't ever put automatic. That's generally a very terrible idea because they will send it to the cheapest costs of audience. And we'll come into targeting actually shortly in a second. 3 is improving organic presence and authority. So we use an ad tracking software called Hyros. And what's interesting, some of this we're going to talk about long form content as well. The guy we had a guy join 7-figure scaling systems yesterday, and I looked at our tracking, I was like, he watched a video in July last year that I talked about Alex Hormozy. And I can see that where he's clicking links. I'm like, that's interesting. And this is going to come into some of the spiderweb marketing that we do, and I would recommend you do if you're looking to grow your business with leverage, because people are researching people online more than ever, and there are going to be multiple touch points to get someone to convert. And then fourthly, we sort of touched upon is being clearer and more specific on your messaging. The more vanilla and generic your content is, the less it's going to speak to anyone, the less of an impact it's going to have. If we're looking to increase LTV, charge more, keep the clients for longer, upsell them into higher ticket programs. So if you've got 50 clients you work with and you know some of these guys crush it, I'd create, like I used to do this, we'd create like client case studies where we have higher level programs we try and push people into. They maybe work more one-to-one with you. And then lastly, trying to collect more cash up front. So that is the easiest way in terms of increasing LTV. Ooh. And then increasing profit margin, again, charging more. Review how your team is paid and have it performance driven. So I feel like gun to the head and pull the trigger a lot of time when I speak to people who we don't work with, and I find out what they're paying people, what they're planning to pay people, because I know what will happen if you go from having 50 clients to 250 and you're massively overpaying your coaches. You basically have a job and not a business, and you basically work for your coaches at that point because they don't understand the cost and the work that goes into everything else. So making sure everything is aligned so it can actually grow and scale is huge. And then thirdly, is tracking your expenses and finances. Like this is the most basic adult thing I can say to everyone, but it's like check your bank account every week, what's gone out, what's gone in, and track, like do your own P&L. I do that every Friday, it takes me 15, 20 minutes. The most useful use of your time you can do, super, super simple. There's a full training on school with the exact spreadsheet I use. You can literally just copy and paste. Very, very simple and straightforward to use. Now, marketing costs being at 10 to 20%. If you have a lead flow issue, it's mostly you have a spending issue, you are not spending enough. So if you have a profitable business, you probably just need to put some money into traffic and also focus on improving your content. That's essentially it. Like if you do not have enough leads coming through, you either need to get better at content or spend more or both. And also have the tracking to make sure this is profitable. And if any of these numbers are out and you look and think like I'm well off the close rate or the show rate, this is the priority of the thing you need to fix and not get drawn into the red shiny object. Now, if we implement some of the strategies we're going to talk about, like this, for example, is wildly simple and absolutely crushing. So I'll share this with you. This is all scripted using AI. There's a full training on school in terms of how to use Claude.ai, which is the best language model for writing reels. Essentially, what we do is we take script, we print script off. This is the biggest hack I can give anyone for filming. We literally print the physical script off. I will say the first line, which is the reason your content is fucking dead or whatever it is. I then put the script away, get the script out, so the next line, we film, change angle, make it super dynamic. Now, when we get a video that does really well and gets traffic, we will then take the exact script, the exact words I say, and then put it on the one on the left into like a carousel post. Because I know that copy works and it resonates. Now, why this is more powerful than anything else is because most people go on Instagram with no sound on. So they might read some of the subtitles on the right-hand side, but it's not having full effect. Whereas people will skim through the one on the left and read it. So we will do these types of posts with a call to action to get whatever the free thing is. And then we do this. We automate the responses to it. So this is using Go High Level. Now, what's really important on this and super sneaky, and some people might have actually been through this, is when someone comments on a reel, it will only let you send one message. And it won't let you send a second follow-up one. So the first message we send is, just saw your comment, here's the link to the doc below. Can you reply to let me know Open's okay, as I've had a few issues with it? Genuine question. 95% of people respond being like, yeah, I got it, thank you so much. Wonderful. We then go to the second step of our flow, which then pulls them into long-form content. So the second message we then send is, we have these basically built out as frameworks for each angle we'd use from a marketing aspect. So you could have one for like fat loss, one for supplements, one for training, whatever it might be. What you're struggling with on the content side, blah, 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 some questions. And also, this video has a ton of gold for you on X, Y, Z. We then send them a long form video. So we're trying to take them from the short form to long form. From there, we then follow up again 7 days later with another very generic question. So this is automatically following up whilst we have the setter doing the same thing manually. So this is where nothing's getting missed through the cracks. And also on the first step, actually, if I go back, we have them tagged with add tag as like autoresponder opt-in, so the setters can just go through and follow up through everything through there as well. So what we're doing here is we're creating viral content on Instagram, which gives huge amounts of value, giving things away. We're pulling conversations in automatically on autopilot. We're taking them from a short form platform and then we're pushing into a long form platform, which is going to make them super warm leads. Even like I mentioned, a guy who joined us yesterday came from YouTube, and this is the easiest way you're ever going to get anyone to convert. Now, essentially what we do is we put this whole system on steroids by then running through paid traffic. Very, very simple. We find proof of concept that works. We then ram out as much as we can to the specific audience of what we want. And when it comes to ad targeting, there's a couple of different things you can do. So you either want to go open targeting, super broad. So like UK, US, whatever, nothing. Like age and then gender. So if you work with men, women, whatever it is. The most important thing, actually, just go back, is on Advantage Creative Plus. This has to be turned off. So like people have had issues in here. Put your hand up if you've had issues and you run ads to like men or women and they're getting sent to the wrong person. Yeah, so like, the reason they're getting sent to random people is if you have Advantage Creative Plus, Facebook will take the liberty to send basically to anyone who will engage with it who's not the type of person you want. So if you're talking about how to build a bikini body, and I said it to James, who's a black belt in fucking jiu-jitsu, it's probably not going to convert, right? So I would make sure that's turned off. So if you start with open targeting, the second thing you have is interest targeting. So if you run open targeting first, and like, cool, we're getting followers, people commenting, people are coming through, but the lead quality is crap, then we would make a change, and then you would go to interest targeting, and you start adding in specific things that your audience would like. So for example, good ones would be Lululemon, Whole Foods, Rolex, Wall Street Journal, luxury vacations, those sort of things. If you think essentially whatever your avatar of audience want, that's what you want to be utilizing, and that's what's going to basically be pulling people through. And this is essentially what we call spiderweb marketing, because essentially we're pulling people from 4 different Instagram accounts, we're then retargeting with Facebook ads, we're also using LinkedIn, and then we've got 3 different YouTube channels and podcasts. All of this is funneling people into the same ecosystem, and everyone's getting pixeled and targeted into emails. People can't escape. To the point where I was in Vegas for 6 weeks, and like people in the gym would be like, I can't stop seeing your ads, like you're everywhere. And I make a joke of like, once you like see any of our stuff, you will never escape. We'll just keep following you around the internet until you become a client. But that's essentially what you want, right? And it's like one of the most powerful things I remember listening to Grant Cardone say, and it's like omnipresence. You want to be everywhere at all times, and that's where like you can create this type of ecosystem that works, because short form's pretty quick and easy to make. Ads will just retarget people. The long form stuff is super high leverage, because there's video, I'm standing here right now, and we're getting hundreds and like thousands of views at the same time. So people watching the videos getting pulled to the whole ecosystem, the whole thing just works. Now, in terms of what you want to try and do to get all this marketing to work together, this is essentially how our funnel works. I showed you in terms of how we create a reel, we then create a carousel as well maybe, we will boost those out, so we're picking up new followers, we can then message. So that's strategy 1. Number 2, also creating conversations on autopilot using Go High Level and also tagging them. Number 3 is we're pushing those people also into long form content. That's also going to warm them up to become a client. Number 4 is also building our email list. So we can email them, and then we also get their phone number so we can call them. 5, we're creating an audience of people we can retarget with more ads, pull them into different things. And essentially this way, we're coming to prospects in 5 different ways. And this is where you have to look at marketing from multi-dimensional touch points. And this is how you can really get your business to scale and to crush. Because in my opinion, the days of just putting up one post and like hoping people message me, like hope isn't a great business strategy to scale. You need to create a system like this. What this has also done by implementing this, it's actually way more than this now. Our YouTube channel has grown 20% in 4 weeks. I think our podcast channel has grown 50% in a week, which is insane. And here's a bonus you can keep in the room. This is sick. And this is something weekly I came up with the other day. So essentially, what we also do is we take everyone's phone numbers, we've got like 40,000 people's phone numbers, we create a broadcast list on Go High Level, and we will WhatsApp 40,000 people in one go. We send them in like 30-minute blocks so we don't get banned, but we'll push people into long-form content, give them value, and just touch points. And this is what you talk about in terms of high leverage, because I can press one button and 40,000 people are going to get a message, given value, and sent to something. Now, I added this in last minute because I thought it was sick and I thought I might fly it the way back. Who wants to increase their profit 17% in 10 minutes? Who likes money, right? Like, this is like the easiest things you can do. And we call this the instant profit pricing playbook. So how would it feel to get an extra month's profit every year? So if you make 10 grand a month, you make 120 grand a year, who wants an extra 10 grand a month? This is essentially how you do it. You switch from doing monthly billing to 28-day billing. So most people will bill monthly, monthly, monthly. If you bill every 4 weeks, you get this. So with monthly billing cycles, you get 12 cycles per year. If you do 28, it gives you 13. You get an entire extra month's revenue into your business for free, for nothing. So this isn't 10x your value view coming today, like 100x is wild. And that's pure profit. There's no cost to it, super, super simple. So that's number 1. This gives you an extra 8.3% revenue over the year. And then secondly, and I realized loads of people have done this to me, and I was like, shit, this doesn't make sense, is taking processing fees and a second form of payment when you buy something and when you sell your program. So essentially, after a customer agrees to buy, you say, how do you want to pay for that? They're just going to say credit card, but okay, awesome. So it's just a 3.99% card processing fee. 99% of people aren't going to bat an eyelid at that. If you put that 4% through and you make $1 million a year, that's an extra 40 grand for doing nothing. Like literally in your pocket, pure profit. If they say no and they have an issue with it, this is also what you do. And this is really smart. Is essentially, if they say no, you do this. No problem, you can save 3.9% by providing a second form of payment. We only have the fee because if a card declines, we use resources to get a new one, and about 70% of cards do every month. This would be worth taking a photo of. If you save us time and effort, we'll pass those savings on to you. Now, we've got a photo of that. Now, you might be thinking, didn't that just raise all the pricing gains and all the extra money you made? Technically, but no. Because you've got something a lot more valuable. Now, recurring payments get a 1.2% to 1.7% involuntary churn every month, where people's cards expire, decline, whatever. Now, if you have 5% monthly churn, this could be 24 to 34% of your churn, which is massive, like huge. And that's one of the quickest ways you can bring your churn rate down, and also, I'll bring it back one more. It's one of the quickest ways, I'll share the slides afterwards. This is one of the quickest ways you can bring your churn rate down, make more money from doing nothing. So that's 2. Third thing, will make a lot of sense to anyone who likes basic economics and inflation, is annual price increases. So you have customers sign contracts that have fixed prices increases annually. So if you charged $100 per month and raise prices 5% per year, then this would be what your rates would look like over the next 5 years. So if we start year 0 today, you've got $100, 5%. Year 1 is going to be 105. By the time we get to year 4 or year 5, it's $122. So it's slowly, incrementally increasing up. That's at 5%. If we did it at 12%, the second chart show you, it goes from $100 to in 5 years, essentially 157, which is a 57% increase. That shows the power of compounding and slowly nudging the prices up. Now, why this is incredibly important is if anyone understands how inflation works, which I will show you now, here is an example of what happens over 5 years, because your cost of doing business will increase as inflation goes up, paying people goes up, cost of living goes up, Facebook ads go up, whatever it might be. Now, on the left-hand side, we have a business, say, for example, in 2017, they charged $100, they had 20% net profit, which is terrible, but is what it is, easy math. Expenses 80%. In 2025, if they change nothing, they make no money. So the actual thing you have to do to make sure you maintain your profit margins is actually slowly keep increasing your prices. Otherwise, you're going to get paid less and less every single year because your costs will continue to increase. And that is how simple it is to then increase the revenue of business with just doing 3 very simple things with nothing overly sexy. And what that breaks down to is an increase of 17% minimum. If you just do the 28-day cycle, so instead of doing monthly, you do every 4 weeks, you use a multi-form of payment or a credit card processing fee, and then thirdly, you have in a contract, you have an annual price increase of, I would suggest, between 3 to 10%. So roughly, profit increase of 17% from doing absolutely nothing. Very simple to implement. And this is one of my favorite sayings, if you don't implement this, you literally hate money. It's really, really simple. I couldn't have broken this down to be any more obvious in terms of a numbers perspective. And what I would say to you, a lot of people struggle from a business aspect because it's going to fluctuate, right? And I've done this a long period of time. I actually think about this. I think the first coaching program I probably wrote for someone was maybe in 2015. So it's 10 years, which is insane. But what you'll find is that you're always going to have peaks and troughs. The most important thing is resilience is how quickly you can return back to baseline. So when you're shit and getting pissed off, how you can reframe that and get back to where you want to be. Because a negative mindset and a downward spiral will just continue, will never perform well, improve your business out of that. And you have 1 or 2 options. Either you die or you don't worry about it, or you suffer and you don't die. So if you think about whatever problems you have right now, it's probably not that big an issue. Other than death, everything else is fixable, so you can solve the problems. And the biggest thing that solves problems is people. If you know the right people, you can then solve the problem, which is why we live in an information society and you're in the right room. And you have to play to win. You can't run your business from a place of fear, and you have to play for the love of doing it. If you wake up and you're excited and you like fitness and you like business and you like helping people and you're incredibly passionate about that, and I spoke to you, Mark, about this earlier on, this is the thing that will keep driving you to be successful because you just enjoy doing the thing. And for me, business is like a big red shiny toy I get to play with every day. It's like a video game, but in real life. And you get to have monumental impact on people's lives. And that's how you create impact and income, but then can also scale your business and have a knock-on consequence on thousands and millions of other people. And on that, do you have any questions? I'll leave it for you. Oh, Alex. Oh, sure.
Quick question regarding the 28 days cycle.
Yeah.
I can just see the people that we help straight away saying, I have to get paid a certain day to be able to pay you. And they do that because they don't manage money well, or they want to be able to
Finance.
have a repeatable cycle and not have to work it out what the next 28 days is. So the amount they're investing doesn't change, but their monthly repayment date will be.
Yeah.
Have you come across that hurdle? If so, how do you do it?
Sometimes, but we just deal with it on a case-by-case basis. It's that thing of like, our mind naturally gets drawn to like, oh, I've got 1,000 clients, 3 people don't like this is a terrible idea. But then I'd rather have an extra month profit and then have 3 people who are a bit annoyed, and then have to manage that. Yeah, because like, and then also respectfully, those people are probably the negative Nancy, difficult clients anyway, just by like the nature of the people they probably are. Like that's from my own experience. So I would do it and then just deal with people one-to-one if they have an issue with it. And but make it clear in your paperwork, like when I'm being sent over. I think Adrian.
Is it possible to automate that in Stripe 28 days?
Yeah, it's the same. You can set up a billing cycle, whatever you want. Emily?
So just so that I've heard you correctly, when it comes to that payment processing fee, the Stripe fee, let's say if it was monthly recurring, it's £300 a month, but you charge $312 every month, so that way it covers your expenses. Or it's the upfront, you charge 4%.
I would do it on both.
Okay.
So I'd be like, it's an extra 4% process card. Or like if they want it, if it's someone really had an issue, be like, you can bank transfer it if you want, if they were going to pay up front, because that actually saves you loads of money as well.
Yeah, so
Like-
much. I calculated that last month.
Well, if you, maybe I shouldn't say it's a camera, but another hack is, maybe edit this around for the video. Another thing, just move this when we put this in there. Another thing you can do is the Stripe, the payment processes in the UK or the US are way less. So what actually we do now is we'll put a lot of payments through UK payment processors, pay 3% probably less in fees, and then it's cheaper to transfer wise money out here if you wanted to, or keep it money somewhere else. So like, that's an option.
How can you transfer money out here? I don't think Wise works.
Yeah, you literally to a TransferWise account in the UK. So TransferWise isn't a bank; it's like a floating account almost. Yeah, or Revolut. Like, JJ knows the game.
You guys are legends. Thank you.
Yeah. But-
One more question, just about Go High Level. Who do I need to speak to understand and get that set up?
If you message Joe on Slack, he'll be able to help with that. He'd set up all the WhatsApp nerdy stuff as well. Yeah. James.
Is that working? Yeah. With the content you're creating on Instagram, the boosted post, first of all, that's a boosted post, not an ad, right?
That we've obviously run ads as well, but that's literally just boosted.
Okay. And then basically, would you do it organic, then boost it if it's working well, or do you boost it from the start?
I would boost the ones that are winners and things that have a lot of engagement on. So if you've got something that like has like a strong, like the way back it is, wherever the ones are that have the carousel posts, if they have a lead magnet on it, I would just keep them running as boosts, because that's just going to funnel people into our world. So we would just keep these things running. And I think even like the first time we posted that organically, got like 400 or 500 comments on it, something stupid. And actually, I forgot to mention this earlier, so it's good to bring up. From a copy style that we find personally works, is you want to psychologically trigger people. So we will be you want to use a negative hook, we'll be slightly direct and controversial, but then try and be slightly humorous on like the second line of it. So it's a bit like, fuck you, but like ha ha ha, and they laugh and it's like quite funny. And you're taking the edge off of it. So like that negative connotation will pull someone in, and if you can try and make it humorous with it at the same time, it crushes.
Yeah, so it'd be something like, you're not fat because of you're not fat because of your metabolism, basically, that kind of stuff. It'll be some sort of...
Yeah, but I would be more aggressive with it. Like,
yeah, you know what I'm like.
Yeah, I do. Like, you have no issue with that. But like, I actually think for your brand, I would like nail down that like a trooper, because you do it in your stories anyway. So I'd like,
yeah,
I would just gun it for that.
The question was, so the funnel for this. So this is a still, right? This is not a video.
So that's a carousel. So it's like 5-6 images maybe.
Okay, and then so what you're saying with the copy there, on the right. So what can you say again? Explain and how
so
they get funneled.
That copy on this reel, like the words I'm saying.
Got it.
We take the exact script, like the written script, and we just put it here.
Oh, okay.
So it's the exact words I'm saying is just put into another format.
Got it.
And that's why it works, because we know this worked first time, so it's like testing. So okay, cool. We'll then do it here.
And what would be the sort of call to action, or what you give them?
It depends what the reel is. So if you're dealing with like fat dads, it could be like how to be a dad in shape by the pool this summer. Here's a 2,000 calorie guide to help you lose weight, or whatever it might be. Or like fat loss supplement list or something.
And then you'll basically DM them. Have you got that content? Have you got?
Yeah.
And then
did that come through? Did you manage to open the link? Okay. They'll reply yes, and then you've got them into the flow.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, and on that, depending on the actual content, if you're running it for followers, one of the sort of rabbit holes a lot of people go down is trying to pick 5 or 6 different pieces of content and all boosted at a low price daily. So lots of people run $5, $10, $15 a day, let's say, behind multiple pieces of content. One of the easiest things you can do when getting started is take what your daily budget is, put it behind one reel, see if it's working. If it is, great. If it's not, you need to move on to the next one. But a lot of the time, you launch 3, 1 is working, 2 are not, and you've got average results. So keep it simple. I remember we launched 60 ads in one day, and the tracking on the back end became an absolute headache. So less is more, essentially.
Charlie? Yeah.
Yep.
So you said increasing the price annually, right? Can you automatically do that for Stripe, or you have?
You could set up a subscription in 12 months to change. So if you've got someone who's paying, I don't know what date, say 14th of March. So if you've got someone signed up today, you could put in 14th of March, so automatically you could set up a new price to start. For ease of math, say they're paying $100 a month. Now, in 14th of March 2026, they increases to $108 as a new subscription, and you cancel the old one.
Okay, and you would explain that in the call or just in the contract?
I would probably just put that in the contract, in terms.
Right. Okay, and also for the, because you said you can make Stripe payment to I figured in Spain and UK would be...
Yeah, so in Europe you could put to something called TransferWise. So it's like a currency exchange, almost like platform.
Yeah, but if you charge the money in Euro bank accounts,
yep.
Wouldn't that be tax issues?
If you're not a resident in those countries, you have no tax obligation.
Yeah, so you can charge by let's say, a Spanish bank and then transfer here without...
I wouldn't do it into a mainstream bank, particularly the Spanish system of what I'm aware of, but if you had I don't know where Revolut, I think is technically...
I use Revolut.
Yeah, Revolut is technically a Lithuanian bank from memory, so it's
the problem, I use Revolut, but it's
a Spanish
branches in Spain.
Yeah, but the company of Revolut is registered in Lithuania, so... Okay. I wouldn't be too worried about it. As long as you're not putting $1 million a year through it. If you're going to put some through it, that'll be a good problem, but it would then become a problem. So I would say, even with things like that, I had 150 grand locked in Revolut for 6-7 months, and it's an online bank, and they wouldn't talk to me, so this is not helpful. Problems of you have. So when you are doing those types of things, I wouldn't don't hammer loads of money in really quick, because even with new payment processors, if you suddenly just gun it and start throwing money into it, they flag straight away. So you'll find a lot of time, people have really high sales months on Black Friday and they get flagged as high risk, and Stripe will put a reserve. It happens every year to us, because they're worried that all the extra sales are going to get disputed or whatever.
Okay. So just you can charge through Revolut Bank in Europe and then transfer here?
Yeah, I wouldn't do all of your revenue through it, but if you want to split some of it out, it would save you a lot of money.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
What I would do is, if your business is registered in the UAE, I'd put the UAE transactions through there, because you don't pay for that. So if you're going to sell a product in the UAE, I wouldn't sell. I would do that through a different payment processor than the UAE one, because otherwise you have to pay VAT on it.
Yo, Charlie, it was just with obviously the reels to carousel.
Yeah.
Is it you always holding a picture or a board or something like that?
Generally, we'll have something so we can have some text on it. I think pretty much all of them are something like that. Just so you've got a solid background to write on.
You mentioned 50 to 60% close rate expectation.
Yep.
Is that the same for cold traffic?
It depends on the offer. So I know we spoke about this yesterday at length, but I think for you, if we spoke about doing a slightly lower upfront price into monthly. If you were to do something like that, I'd expect you to probably get 40 to 50%. It depends on the offer, right? So if you're running very cold direct to a VSL, I probably wouldn't be expecting 50%. But for the majority of people, if they're doing DM to cold, yeah.
What would you expect?
35, 40%.
Okay.
I would say, I think yours is a lot lower than that at the moment, though, right?
Top closers was about 40.
Yes, so he would be in range, but we've spoken about that. He performs, the other two don't. So that's that makes sense.
Okay.
Hey, Charlie, what was that AI software that you use for scripting that says most viral?
So it's called Claude.ai. It's by far better than ChatGPT. It's sick. Really, really good.
Claude?
Yeah, CLAUDE.ai. I was going to do a presentation on that, but maybe not another hour. It's really good. For anyone in the mastermind, there's a whole training on how to use that and scripts and prompts on there, and also how to write ads using it.
And what was the automation?
The automation software we use is Go High Level. For messaging. Go High Level, yeah. But you can do the same thing with ManyChat.
That was my next question. Explain the differences, like why is Go High Level better than ManyChat or vice versa?
Basically the same thing, but you're having to pay twice. So for example, Go High Level is a CRM system that does it's like a Swiss Army knife. You can do like 50 different things. ManyChat can just message people. So it's like, you probably need to have Go High Level or that type of platform anyway, so you might as well have that does everything. And it's more simple than having multiple different softwares.
Yeah, I use Kajabi. I've used that for a while. Probably not the most, I don't get the most utility out of it. Do you recommend Go High Level?
Yeah, Kajabi is a video hosting platform, so Go High Level's great for a lot of things. The only thing we don't use it for transparently is we do outbound phone dialing, because we do a lot of that and it doesn't work great for volume. And secondly is mass email marketing. We use ActiveCampaign just because I've had that set up for years and all the automations. We have 200,000 contacts to move out. It's not worth opening Pandora's box. Sorry.
How do you do the outbound call? What do you do?
We use close.io, so we will pull people into any of these things. If we don't put a Google document and we put an opt-in funnel, then someone will call the person as the lead comes in to be like, hey Shaka, saw you opted in for the how to make sick hooks, whatever the thing is, and then we'll try and talk them into.
Do you ever use that to increase your follow-up rate? Sorry, your show-up rate?
Yes, we can call and confirm people on it.
You call and confirm?
Yeah, it's an outbound, it's an outbound dialing platform. It's a CRM system, but it's very good for calling.
Yeah, right.
It's better than Go High Level for that. Asher?
Just supposed to ask, why is it better than Go High Level?
The dialing platform on it is better on close. So Go High Level is like a Swiss Army knife, could do loads of different stuff. Close is more of a specialist for as a sales platform. So on Go High Level, you can't do as many dials as quickly and use things like power dialers. So we could put 1,000 people into a list and call 5-6 people at a time and just work our way through it. So it's much more effective if you do a lot of volume.
On that note, can you talk a little bit about your system for calling people to increase that show-up rate? Do you call them as soon as they book a call, or?
So what we would do is, if I have my laptop, I can bring it up. So what we would do when someone comes in, the closer will send them a video to confirm the call of hey Shaka, we've got a call on Monday at what time? Excited to speak to you about X, Y, Z. So it's personal. We will also send them some type of long form video with some value because we want to try and get into them some long form stuff to warm them up, maybe even a podcast. If they don't reply or don't confirm to that, then we will call them up. So if you message back, yeah, awesome, I look forward to seeing you on Monday, Charlie. There's no point in us calling you at that point because you confirmed. And then we would just mark in the calendar the call as green. Do you have more than one closer?
We just hired our first closer.
Okay. When you have more than one, you just need to make sure you use Google Calendar and you can see everyone's calls at the same time. It's like an overlay.
You mentioned Claude. What do you ask Claude in order to get back?
Depends what we want from it. So I'd say for anything you're using for copy, one of the best prompts would be, what's your niece again, Alex? Females over
50.
And what's their want to lose weight? Menopausal?
Past that, independence, mobility,
Okay.
joint pain.
Okay, so this is the exact framework I use, and this is sick. So I would do, write me 20 viral hooks for an Instagram reel for women who are over 50. Pretend you're a combination of Dan Kennedy, the copywriter, and Alex Hormozi. It will then give you 20 different hooks. I will read through them until I find one that stops me. I'm like, that's sick. And then I will basically, say I've got 3 hooks I like from that. I'm like, okay, cool. Write me a full written video script to speak on camera for Instagram for the hooks 3, 5, and 7. Press enter, it will then write them out. And then depending on what you want the script to do, I would ask get it to comment to give away a women's fat loss guide for over 50 or whatever the thing is, or get it to follow for more or whatever you want the call to action to be.
And you say, have it be influenced by Dan
So like talk like Dan Kennedy and Alex Hormozy, because it will use certain connotations of Alex from a fitness perspective, and also Dan Kennedy from his like problem solving and the way he identifies pain points. I would ask it to make them negative hooks, because I generally find they're way better and psychologically trigger people. When you put in that prompt, I would also put in some information about your business. So like, I'm Alex Nealon, we do X, Y, Z. I've helped this many clients achieve Y. On average, our clients drop 20 pounds in 8 weeks. We use this method. You can put in like some examples of client case studies, and it will start to write that into the scripts for you. So the more information you put into it, the better the reel it will give you, or the more specific to your business it will give you.
Two more. Don't mind
Yeah,
sharing.
shoot.
LinkedIn, what are you doing right now that's working?
Let Chris Ashford talk on that later on. He's going to talk on that.
Perfect. And last one, are you still qualifying for finances before?
Yes, I would say more than ever, because the more you run, this is like, I can't remember where it was from. When you run paid ads, and I say this to people a lot, if you think of like the population of planet Earth, like 98% of people will be a terrible lead. So when you start running cold ads to people everywhere, you're going to get a lot of people come through who aren't very good. So your job is to actually protect your time and make sure your team's time is protected. So I would qualify pretty hard, but it depends on the problem you're trying to solve. So if you don't have enough calls, then I would reduce the friction and maybe qualify less. If you have too many and the lead quality is poor, I would add more friction into the questions in terms of how you qualify them, if that makes sense. But I would, generally the most important things are age and occupation, like where they live. So for example, if you had someone who's a woman and she's 55 and she's retired and she lives in Knightsbridge, guess she probably has some money. But if she lives in Great Yarmouth and Norfolk, maybe not. And you could like read between the lines a little bit like that. But that would be then where we actually leave it at the closest discretion and be like, Alex, call the lead and see if you want to take it. Just call them for 5 minutes and just have a chat with them, because they'll be able to tell a lot from that. And then if it's not a great prospect, just give them something of some value, like a video or whatever, or a free lead magnet that they can go and do.
Did you ask the address then?
We ask where they live.
In the spin, I'm assuming.
Yeah, like in actual call booking and in conversations sometimes. Because you can tell a lot about that from someone. Like that's one of the most influential things. If someone lives in the Palm in Dubai, they're probably not going to have a financial issue, right? Whereas if someone lives in, I don't know, like somewhere in Timbuktu, like it's going to be a different issue, right?
Thank you.
Or Karachi in Pakistan or something.
One thing on this as well with like lead flow, and I see this a lot when we're doing things with coaches, but one of the mistakes that a lot of coaches make is essentially booking a call and then jumping into the next communication only happening from a closer, who basically will tell them, hey, make sure you show up in a room with your credit card ready to buy, essentially. So one of the best ways to help your show up rate and your sales rate is to actually continue with the process of what we've been doing, right? Lead generation, conversations, we're doing pain points, struggles, desired outcomes. Once we then book a call, most people leave the inbox silent and wait until the reminders start going out for their call. Continue the conversation, even if you ask something small. So for example, if you book the call and you don't have that info of like where they're based, after it's been booked, have the setter jump back in and say, by the way, completely forgot to ask, whereabouts are you based? We can continue the conversation right the way up to the point where we're supposed to jump on the call. It's a lot less transactional between like getting them to open up and share their goals and struggles, and then just leaving it until the closer jumps in. So that helps massively, not just your show rate, but also your close rate, because it comes from a point of genuinely trying to help someone, not trying to just sell them.
Any questions? Sasha.
So in 3 weeks, I have a very big event where probably 3,000 people will attend, 1,000 live, 2,000 the stream. What would be your strategy to make the most customers out of it?
What are you trying to sell at the event?
So I have two main things. If I do one-on-one closing calls, I add value, show them that actually they're shit at boxing, and then I can sell very high level or high ticket stuff, almost 5 figures. What I did right now, I had an event like this, 50 people, and then I said, hey, if you join in the next 24 hours, you don't have upfront costs. So I just took 500 euros per client, but on retainer base, and they saved 3K upfront, and that worked very well because I have 30 people from one event to pay $500 monthly.
Is it in person or virtual?
It's 2,000 people on the stream, 1,000 in the arena. It's a mix.
What's the demographic of like what you're selling?
Entrepreneurs, boxing coaching, on the coach.
What's the problem you solve for them? Like getting in shape or defending themselves?
Defending themselves and being more confident.
I would try and use statistics I don't know, if they live in the UK, like crime rates, like it's a bit like I would try and use fear as a bit of a tool to put it into them, and also probably even in their ego of like you could be a really successful man, but if you're not in physical shape and you can't defend yourself, like that's a fundamental flaw.
My question was more from the funnel perspective.
How to convert them into calls?
Should I do calls or should I?
What's the price point?
I mean, it depends. We have different ones. That's the question.
I'll speak to you afterwards and get some more detail.
Yeah,
it's probably quite specific.
Yeah, so Troy, I know you wake up quite early. What does the most optimal day look like for you as an online coach looking to provide as much?
Where do you live?
I live in London.
Okay, so I would say wake up. You can wake up whenever you want, doesn't really make any difference. But the way I would structure your day is I would get up and I would focus on the most important things you have to do is like building assets in the business. So like a phrase of like working on the business, not working the business. So the worst thing most people do is they wake up and they get like fucking the phone and they're on WhatsApp on their Instagram and they're like incredibly distracted. So before the success happens the day before, so you need to plan, okay, what are the 2 to 3 things I need to do tomorrow morning when I get up, that assets that I'm going to build in my business. So for example, the other day I built a WhatsApp automation that's massive. So I was like, okay, cool, tomorrow I'm going to go and build this thing. That's going to run forever, and there's a huge amount of leverage that's going to keep working for me. So in particular, when I was first scaling my fitness business, I was doing everything. So I was building all the websites, doing all the, like everything, like Zapier integrations, all the complicated shit. So I would literally just map out like what's the 2 to 3 things I have to do tomorrow morning, do all those things in 2 to 3 hours. I would personally then go and work out because then it gives me a bit of a break, re-energizes myself, and then I would come back, either do more like working on the business, like creative stuff, or then start taking sales calls or coaching clients. So generally, first block in the morning would be like building actual assets that move things forward. So I spoke earlier about you have the business like today, the business tomorrow. In the morning, you're building the business for tomorrow. And then like during the day, you're running the business you have right now almost. The last thing I'll say, the most important thing is at the end of the day, you literally sit down and review what have I done today and like what do I need to do tomorrow. So like that review process is so important because it stops you realizing like I've actually done nothing that's really important today. I've just like posted my stories and replied to a few people.
And when you're leading your team, what's the most needle-moving things you do to make them perform the best?
Stopping them getting distracted, I would probably say, and trying to keep people on focus, because I think as much as people who run their business have entrepreneurial ADHD, we live in a very distracted society, so it's trying to, one of my favorite questions, and I always say this, is like, what problem does this solve? Because sometimes people want to go do something, but like doesn't actually solve any problem we have right now. Is it a good idea? Yes, but it doesn't really help. So like, this is our problem, this thing has nothing to do with it, so then let's leave that for now. And I think that's where you can get your business to grow quickly because you're focusing on the actual thing that's holding you back, not just like hypothetically this is a good idea, because hypothetically it's a good idea to create a blog, to have a really nice website, to like do all this shit, but it's not the most effective use of your time.
And what's your personal vision for the next 2 to 3 years? Is it like all online coaches rather than just fitness? Or?
That's change. I don't want to share this. So this is funny. I actually asked Alex Ramosi this, and I was like, should we go broader? And we've worked with some other people who've crushed it in other industries, or should we just stay in fitness? And he's like, you're a fucking idiot. He's like, we were making 3 to 4 million a month selling to like micro gyms in the US, and there's like 3,000 to 4,000 of them. He's like, there's 17 million personal trainers in the United States alone. He's like, you are fucking retarded. Just like keep doing this. So for me, I really have a revelation that I love business and I love fitness. So I will be doing this for the next 10 years. My goal is to build like the gym launch for like online coaching, and basically the one-stop shop where you can go build your business from zero to fucking wherever you want to go with it.
Sorry, thank you.
Cool.
So we've been noticing a fluctuation in the quality of calls that we're having on. Like 1 week, the quality of person will be like really good, and then the next week it'll just be shit. But then when assessing like some of the inputs, for example, either the ads or the content or something like that, some of the variables that could have changed, I can't see any difference in what we've done. A, have you obviously seen that and had that, and B, what have you done to try and improve that?
The answer is yes all the time, and it's frustrating because I think it sometimes feels like an on-off button. And I would say transparent is worse when you run a sales team, because they're like, this is fucking amazing, this is fucking terrible. And like from 1 week, they're like happy as hell, and the other, they're trying to throw themselves off the bridge. So it's like trying to find that balance in the middle. But I think that comes down to managing people's expectations. A lot of stability will actually come as you scale the business because your numbers tend to be higher. So, like I was mentioning to Alex, I can adjust like the call volume and our lead flow as much as we want. So, for example, I know right now we don't have that much space for calls, so I've had to pull back like our spend 40 to 50%. So I can turn up the dial and turn down the dial depending on what we want to do, because we need to bring in more people to take calls, but I don't want to bring in people who aren't good, because then they will do a shit job and cause problems and it won't be as efficient as it should be. So I'd rather go slow and then scale it up. So I'd say as your business scales up, you tend to get more stability because it's less like you get lucky with one thing hit there and there. And something I think about is the law of large numbers. Like if you get 1,000 leads or 100 leads, your likelihood to have more better leads just increases of getting lucky. But you're doing the right thing in terms of just trying to analyze, okay, what changed in this week, what changed in this week. But one thing I'd actually even say is that there's a lot of external factors that sometimes affect things we don't look at. So calendar time of year, elections, stock market, crypto prices fluctuating has an effect. I notice a difference when the crypto market goes up aggressively, people are much more aggressive to spend. Like I feel like that personally. Like the market goes up, I'm like, yeah, just fucking buy whatever. When you're down, shit like it's dropped a lot, you're like, ooh, like maybe not so much. If that makes sense. I would just try and, when anyone has that, I would just try and look if you can see a reason why, but sometimes there isn't a reason. I know it doesn't really answer the question, but things will naturally fluctuate a little bit.
So I'm all right in looking, in terms of looking in the right places, it's like assessing the messaging and the content, I was speaking to the right people, and obviously who we're targeting in the ads, and then outside of that, it's all looking good, just keep at it.
Consistency. I would say, look at the content you're posting, has the ad spend increase, decrease? And actually when you mention ads, I would look at what's called your CPM, so it's cost per 1,000 views. So we track that every day on a spreadsheet. I can send it to you. And essentially what that allows, you can do it on the Facebook Ads Manager as well. But basically what that allows us to do is say, okay, in January we were spending £1,000 a day and we were getting this many leads. In February we're getting £1,000 a day and our business has like slowed down. What's happened? I can look, okay, maybe the CPM cost per 1,000 views was a lot less in January, so we were getting a lot more traffic for what we were spending. So there's normally some type of answer there if you're doing a lot of paid stuff, but it could just be sometimes a bit of seasonality. So January, February, maybe more people are buying at start of Jan because they want to get in shape for summer. So you're going to see little bits of fluctuations of that throughout the year, because fitness does have some seasonality.
Cool. All right, thanks. Hubstaff is also a great tool to keep this consistent. A lot of the times when you've got like setters and teams like that, you'll see that when they're being consistent, you'll see good call flows, then they travel or they do something or they're less active, and a lot of the times it can fluctuate. So one of the first places is going to be the conversations. Are they tagging and doing follow-ups? If they're not, you'll often see a wave of high volume calls followed by low volume calls, because they're dealing more reactively to what's in the inbox instead of structured with the actual follow-up solution. Like a lot of leads get buried in an inbox. One of the big benefits of things like Go High Level will show you how many unanswered messages you actually have that do get buried. And I've seen these numbers be as high as 2, 3, 4, 5,000 messages in people's inboxes. So that's one of the first places to look.
I would say if ever anything's not working, particularly you have a team, it's like the analogy I'd say is like you go digging for the dead bodies, like you go and find the stuff you don't want to find, because normally there's always something there like, fuck, why has this not been done, or why is this not done, or why is this not done? There's normally something like that, in particular if you have a team of people, it's normally someone dropping the ball somewhere.
Charlie, where do you see the future of coaching with AI?
I think it's going to become easier to coach people and faster, but I do not see it replacing coaching at all. What's going to happen, and it's already happening, is, I'll choose my words delicately, people who are like the fitness influencers who sell cheap, like shitty $7 a week apps are done. But what people want to pay for is accountability, someone to hold, like actually have a relationship with them and actually look at them from a personal situation of like, this is what's going on, how, like actually have a rapport with you. Which is why it's more important than ever, in my opinion, to start doing things like longer form content, not as a red shiny object, but as like a longer term vision, because people will buy from people. So the more you can get people to buy into you and reduce the skepticism, the more they're going to want to be involved in your world. Like the problem, having spent a lot of time in America recently, the problem of obesity is definitely not going away with Ozempic and AI. So the problem is there, and people are going to need the solution, and the people who want to pay for the solution will still want to pay.
Speaking of which, so you said that most of your revenue is coming from Instagram as opposed to long form. What percentage of your time spent recording content is short form versus long form?
That's a great question. So I would say, in actual, like in front of the camera recording,
Just like plan and prep as well.
probably long form's longer. That's what I said. Ironically, the video's longer. So we spend a lot more time on long form. I'd probably say 70-30. But the reality is that the long form content has more of a higher leverage thing. Like, who here's watched some of our YouTube stuff, right? Like, freaking everyone. So like, it might not be the thing that converts someone, but it has a big role in the process. So that's why I said earlier, Instagram is a conversion tool, but we can see from a lot of our tracking stuff now, if anyone clicks a link on any of the videos in the summaries, I can see if they've clicked that, and we see that a lot now. So you'll also get that. I would really try and use YouTube as a tool to warm people up, and then if you can get like videos to pop off, which for fitness is much easier than what we're doing, like you crush. I think Millie, you had one recently, and like you could probably testify that. I think I said some things to you for YouTube. It was a good idea. Like it can do really well because it will actively try and push the content out to people.
Okay. Last question. You're obviously very up to date with everything. How do you keep up to speed?
In what respect? Of what's going on?
Yeah, exactly.
Having a lot of very smart friends and put myself right for them. So like I said earlier, like people solve problems. If you know the right person and you have the right friends, like we just send shit to each other and like, oh, you should do this, or like send each other stuff all the time. So it's like, you have the right network of friends and you're in the right environment, you can have the right principles of thinking. It's all quite logical. And it's also experience.
Yeah, perfect. Money and people.
Yeah, it's true, right?
This is more of an agent first one. So like with Hubstaff, we started using that. Didn't realise how expensive it was first. And a yearly bill come out like $600. But it doesn't seem to track all the hours. I don't know if my VAs are just coming off for it or not. But like, how accurate is it? Like, if they stop scrolling, like, how quickly will it go off? You know what I mean?
Yeah, checking on your like setup and the way. So depending on the way it's being set up, you can also like invite people in. So it should be less than that in terms of your cost when they're added internally instead of like when they're added externally. I don't think we could do it. I think we have monthly on it. Check the fashion but the key thing with this Hubstaff is incredibly accurate. If it's not being used on a desktop or they're not using the app, it will show you that it's just mobile hours logged. Now that's a fundamental problem because if you're paying people to do DM setting and they want to go and go high level or Meta Business Suite or any software, they're not supposed to be on their phone. If they're on their phone for outbounding, the SOP is that they still have to open Hubstaff, they still have to log their hours, and they just leave the screen open, and then every 10 minutes it takes a screenshot of what's on their screen, and it also shows you a list of all of the links that are running in the background. So, for example, we've fired editors because we'll see 6 hours a day of mousemover.com.
Dude, I was going to give an example of this. Like, this is why you cannot trust anyone. Like, I was a bit of a degenerate when I was an estate agent and set up a massive online coaching business whilst working full time. Like, you have Filipino editors and setters, like, they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing a lot of the time. Like, we had someone who had a mouse tracking software to like move her mouse on Hubstaff, but we had a software to catch her doing that. Like, you just can't trust them.
Yeah.
Would you put your EA on it? Obviously, she's full-time now.
Yeah, I think your person sounds sick. So I would get her to like, almost like the enforcer role of just giving people shit. Yeah, just it's not even just checking. Yeah. Like a lot of it is just knowing. I'll give you an example. When I was an estate agent, this would put the fear of God into you, is that all the calls are recorded, and like in meetings, once every 2 weeks, they would play a call in front of everyone, like everyone in the business. And like no one wants to be the dick who has the call played out and you sound like a fucking idiot or you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. So it's like, that's almost an example in terms of where you want to be trying to catch people out. It's like if they're not doing something, is like publicly naming shame a bit, or also being known you could be caught out. That's what keeps people online a lot more.
Yeah, because what was worrying is like the Hubstaff report would come in as like, they all have an 8-hour shift, 4 VAs, and it's all 6 hours, 5 hours 35, so like they're obviously not moving it. Or I think my head VA says, to be honest, I just use my phone, I've been doing it for years. He's been with me 3 years, you know what I mean?
So Hubstaff essentially works as a clock in, clock out system. So if they clock in, until they clock out, it'll stay running. So if they forget to turn it off, it'll show 23 hours a day active, but it'll just show inactive during these windows. So one of the first things on this as well, when you're introducing it to a team, if you want to do it from the point of view of not saying, hey, I don't trust you to do your hours, right? You can also pitch it in the way of, this is actually to get feedback on the business. Because it will show you everything down from mouse activity, keyboard activity, you can then use the Hubstaff reports to see what your peak hours actually are, right? So if you see from 4 o'clock till 8 o'clock every single day, huge increases in mouse activity, in keyboard activity, you know that that's generally the peak hours where you're going to want more coverage. So we do it for two reasons. One, it gives like direction from a business point of view, schedules, time and cover. We also see that if there's a drop in calls booked, hub staff suddenly stopped working that day, but they were definitely online. So a lot of the time, like, it's not missing the hours. If they've downloaded the desktop app and they're using it, it's what they're logging is what they've actually done. So that's going to be the first thing. You can position it in a way of like it's actually for business decision making purposes as opposed to just time tracking. But a lot of the time it comes down to the fact that they're just not doing the hours they say they are. You know,
And you're catching them out doing it.
Yeah.
That's why they don't like it.
Yeah. We had a VA before try to charge 15 hours a day. I'm like, there's no way they're sitting 15 hours a day trying to do DMs. On hub staff, it's like 4. And then it's like, okay, you can realize where people have to go.
Hey Charlie.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what's the best way to increase referral rate? Because I think it can help us to increase our profit margin.
1 to get better client results, 2 would be get results faster with clients, and then 3 would be actually ask for referrals to incentivize clients. So in our fitness business, we give each client who recommends someone else $200 as a referral fee, and then we give the coach $50 as a bonus for doing a good job. So like you incentivize people for the outcomes you want, but and also remind them. So like, oh, like James, you've done sick, you look amazing. Like, do you have any other friends who would like the same type of results you've had? A lot of times just asking the question and framing like that. And if you catch them when they're on a high as well, it's a great thing to do. But fitness, the most important thing is actually getting them result. Because if someone goes from being like 20 kilos overweight and then go to a wedding 6 months later and like, what the hell happened to you? Everyone's going to ask, like, oh, what did this do? Did this? And like, oh, what's his Instagram? Like, that happens a lot. So if you just get really good results, you'll get a lot of referrals just off of that. I think Harry Knight's review, you had an example of that. Like when your clients crushed it at the photo shoot recently, right? And you've got 3 clients come off the back of them already in like a week. Yeah. Just because the result's sick.
Makes sense.
Cool. It sounds like a lot of this is like, you know, a lot of talk here was like focus on the basics. A lot of this stuff is like just execute really, really well at the basic stuff and just do a really high level job and just be super aware and analytical, and then the results come from the back of that.
Got one more, mate.
Sure.
Just on ads, let's say your ad setup then for all of us guys. Majority of what I do is boosting that traffic to get like follows 60, 70p. What percentage of your ad spend would you put towards like retarget or like what do you guys do, like VSL? Like, do you just stick with like just boosting?
For you right now, if that's working, I would rinse that. I would put probably 10 to 20% into like retargeting. So
specifically, are you based or like social proof?
I would retarget with a mix of different things, just try and send people direct to call booking links. So I would do like you with a photo with a client who's in great shape with maybe like a card or some text that says something like, I don't know, how Harry lost 20 kilos, or video testimonials, like, that's crushing it for you, Dom. Like things like that directed to a call booking link, because you don't have to spend that much on them, but they're super high impact. But what you'll also find is that those ads being forced in front of people will actually help you convert people in the DMs, because they're constantly seeing you crushing it at client results, and you're just pushing it in front of people all the time.
Push that to your followers.
I would do it as a retargeting to profile visitors and engagers. And then the best way in terms of from an ads perspective for retargeting is I would use 4 different ad sets. So one would be website visitors. If you have websites, it will track any website you've got your pixel on. I would do 2 would be your 7-day audience of Instagram engagers and profile visitors. The next one would be your 90-day audience, excluding the 7 days. So everyone who's visited your profile minus people in a week. So you're like segmenting people. And then lastly would be 365 days, excluding 90. Generally, you'll find the 7-day audience tends to be the best because they're the warmest. 365 is a big audience generally, so it can re-engage a lot of people, but I would put it in what's called a CBO campaign budget optimization, and it will,
as long as the frequency doesn't spike. Okay.
But even like on retarget, if it's profitable and crushing, I don't really care if it's like 8, but it doesn't really matter. Because like, can you show social proof too much to people? Like, you're not going to spend huge amounts on it anyway. So I would probably put, if you're doing £200 a day on boosted posts, I'd probably put 20 on that maybe as a retarget.
It's just off the back of that, if you've got people booking in through the VSL that you've retargeted, how do you then get them warmed up if they haven't been in a present conversation? I know you said about the WhatsApp video, but is there any work to do on
Just qualifying one. It depends what the landing page looks like you're booking them from. So one of the things I would use is you can use like a slide deck or a VSL video that they land, and just making sure that they're qualified, like the questions are quite strong on the qualifying. It depends on the problem you need to solve, right? So if you're loads of calls coming in but they're terrible, then I would like put really strong qualifying questions in there. If they're not, and not getting enough calls, then I would reduce them. So for us, our direct to call booking funnel, we had to put a lot more higher qualifying questions in there because we were getting a lot of poor leads come through that we were then just having to cancel. So try and fix the problem if you have, if that makes sense.
Do you use a different call booking link attached to that VSL? So
Yes.
you know they're coming from that?
Yes.
And then with that slide deck one, I basically ripped off what you did for vegans. The question that I have is, are you finding that works better than the traditional one, which is like FAQs, loads of stuff here, so just keep it really simple?
Keep it simple, and the reason, so we will track our calls using Hyros, like an ad software, but we also do a different calendar link so that from the sales team perspective, when the call comes in, it will say like diagnostic VSL on it, so they know like how to almost handle that lead, that it's going to be slightly different. And also none of the setters will have claimed it. So like one of the best things for anyone in here, if you should have a DM setting team, they need to claim their leads when they book the call. So for us in Slack, they'll put like their own emoji on it, like when they book it. So then we know who owns that lead essentially.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Cool. I hope it's helpful. I will go on my X.
Where do you track your billing for clients in terms of what they owe, how much they owe, how frequently they actually pay?
In terms of like Stripe and Notion.
So we have like a spreadsheet, an allocation sheet with how much they owe, how many programs they bought, etc. Their monthly payment amount is quite flexible, but it's chunky. It's not ideal. How do you streamline that more? I know HubSpot, obviously we could use, which we do have, but I'm concerned with user error happening, that people will fall to the cracks. How do you prevent that?
Another way, actually, you can do, Hyros also tracks this for us. So it gives us LTV and CAC automatically.
Reports, I'm assuming it's the same thing?
It should come up on your dashboard depending on how it's set up. So like Hyros can be set up a lot of different ways. So ours, we have LTV, like everything on there. Like you can pretty much get any number you want from that if everything's plugged into it. Yeah, you can, like there's so much stuff on there you can do. It's insane. I haven't even looked at most of it, but like I'm trying not to overcomplicate it. But you can do anything, LTV, CAC, anything you want.
Thank you.
Cool.
In terms of like month-to-month payment for people and
So we use like basically like a custom built CRM. So we start with a blank page and build out everything we need for like client tracking. So all relevant information, updates on coaching, how far through their coaching program they are, when they started, when they're due to expire, if they're making and processing all their monthly payments, and then the admin department on the back end will go through and literally tag monthly, payment received, payment made, next payment due date, and that gets updated dynamically pretty much on a daily basis. One of the key things of like any business is being all over tracking finances. So if you're tracking finances like once a month, that's massively problematic. So I wouldn't run a report like at the end of each month because you're going to have a lot of stuff fall through the cracks with that.
Everything needs to be done weekly of finances, minimum. Like if you had a big enough business, you would do it daily, but weekly I would do. It's what.
Weekly, but
yeah,
like so it does come across. Yeah.
Cool. Any last questions? Cool. One more. Right. Aiden, do you want to bring one more?
In terms of retargeting, could you do like, because I'm doing some ads in retargeting that are like, I'm looking for 5 guys, whatever, an SMS ad for retargeting.
Yeah.
But so you said put a CBO. Would you mix in the CBO testimonials and those ads, or you would show separate CBOs?
So what I would actually do with the testimonial ads, I would put them in a different ad set, because what happens is the testimonial videos won't end up getting played because the engagement is generally not very good. So it will tend to optimize for the other videos. So I would try and force the platform to use the other ones. What I would do if you are going to run retargeting ads and do them as a video, I would also try and use copy directly calling the person out. So like, you keep seeing our results, yet you haven't taken action. You've been following me for X amount of time, but you're still sitting the fence. I can see you've been checking out my content because of our fancy ad tracking software, so I'm retargeting why you're not in shape yet, like whatever. Like, play around with it with that type of framework, like directly call the person out. That works pretty well.
And that direct to a call booking link or to a conversation?
I would do direct to call booking link because they're warm. Like if they're engaging with your profile all the time, and it also can save a lot of the heavy lifting. And the chances are you're probably engaging with them anyway in DMs. Like a lot of the leads we have that will come direct for an ad have already been in a DM conversation, but the ad just books them in.
And you don't put any video in the call booking link, just straight up the calendar?
We don't put any what in the booking?
I mean, you put the ad, they click and straight up the calendar, nothing.
We would put them onto, you could do just a landing page with a calendar. I would probably have I'd probably have a video and then also the call booking underneath, to be honest with you.
And what to put in that video?
I would talk about what you do. So it's like a VSL. So it's like, we help guys do X, Y, Z in X time frame. Here's all our client results. If you want to find the bulletproof method of how we use our metabolic priming method to do this, hit the link below and I'll walk you through the whole process so we can get in great shape.
Perfect.
Sounded pretty good. I made it up off the top of my head, but that's what we do.
We use that one.
Yeah. Still on.
What do you think is not changing in the fitness industry?
Not changing?
Not changing.
Okay, that's a great question. People are going to keep getting fatter and there's going to be a bigger demand for it. And also, I think if you look at, see people laughing, but it's true, society is becoming more narcissistic and more like extremes. So like more people want to be in shape, and then there's a lot of people who are definitely not in shape and also getting confused. So in my opinion, the demand is going to continue to increase, because I heard this talked about yesterday on the podcast, and it's really good. If you look at, they were talking about mobile phones. So when mobile phones first came out, I think it was like 1989 or something stupid. Like if you walked around with a mobile phone, people thought you were a dickhead and a weirdo. Like, why have you got this massive brick? Like, who do you think you are? Now every single person on the planet has a mobile phone. And the two reasons people end up adopting things is, one is a habit and two is like herd mentality. So if it becomes normal for people to have an online coach, more people will do it. It is becoming more normal for someone to be coached on the internet to how to get in shape. Whereas when I first started doing it, it was like the weirdest thing in the world. Like, I think my parents still think I'm a personal trainer. Like they do not understand. Like, that generation doesn't. But if you think people who are 20 right now, in 10 years' time are going to be 30, they're the type of people who are going to have money and also who will be open to paying someone on the internet to help them, because they have that mindset. And I also think younger generations are much more inclined from a mindset perspective to invest in themselves than maybe older generations from the past. Like, cause if I said to my parents, I'm not going to university, I'm going to spend $400,000 to people on the internet to help me, they're like, what the fuck is wrong with this kid? Like, you retarded? Like, it's like, but that's the world we live in, right? Because university is seen as a safe thing, but these people online are seen as a scam. In my opinion, the reality is actually the other way around, because if you look at what a doctor gets paid when they go into NHS, it's like £17 an hour. Like, it doesn't actually make sense. So
Who's the one being scammed?
the people who play the system. So it's like, you have to think from an observer at a bird's eye view of it.
Cheers, thank you.
Alex.
So we'll do this as the last question.
Yeah, I'll go on.
Yeah. Thanks, Charlie. So we have 6 closers and we have one head of the sales team also taking 5-6 calls a day himself. And he's managing very well, but I'm trying to decide where to go from here. Our biggest bottleneck right now is not enough closers. So do we bring a second manager in? Do I get him off the phones just managing? But then we also have the second issue of our back-end programs are very soon going to outgrow what I can do, which means that has to be filled as a responsibility as well.
From a fulfillment standpoint?
No, as in like selling our 10K products.
Okay, you basically need someone to come in as like head of recruitment. So like your guy who's basically the managing the sales team, I would try and pull his calls in half or down to only takes a couple, and just be like, your sole job is just to find your replacement, and then find someone to probably replace some of your calls.
And how do you commission him on the new sales trainer he's going to bring in to manage another 4 or 5 closers?
I'd probably incentivize him with some type of bonus when you hit revenue targets. So like, depending, okay, when the new closer comes in, when we hit X amount of revenue, we'll give you this many points on the revenue or something. So like, we'll help build you into the team. I was trying to structure it into a performance basis, so then you win together.
So am I getting a second sales team lead is my question? Or
I wouldn't. I would just keep him, and his job is like come out of sales more, recruit and train, and then just manage everyone else. Like, and take the odd call here and there, just so he's like still has a skill and shows the others how to do it.
And have you seen people who that team lead is actually managing up to 8, 9, 10 closers? Is that possible? 6 to 8?
You could do 8 to 10 if that's all you're doing is managing closers. You can do that. You probably, once you go over that, going to be a point you need someone else, because you can't, even just reviewing the calls is a lot. So, but with AI, it's now getting easier, so you can also just run a lot of it through that. So that would also be something. So like I made some training for this on school the other day, but one of the things I use AI to analyze a lot of our sales data and then make reports. Got big shoes to follow after that, JP, so thank you for this. It's set me up. So firstly, if anyone's been to one of our events before, we like to do competitions and try and get match interaction on social media. So we'll be giving away a $200 Gymshark gift card voucher today and one tomorrow for whoever tags us in the best stories on social media. So take loads of photos, take loads of videos, and share them on social media. We will also be sharing a Google Drive link, which will be out by the end of today, with loads of professional photos, which the handsome man Shiroy is taking, which have loads of pictures from everyone for the banners. So if you want to have photos of that or anything else in the room, he's willing to do that for you. So 3 agreements of what we want today. And I've got a lot of slides to go through. Aidan's already warned me about going too long, so I think it's like 77. Firstly, is we want to fix one big problem in this event. So the most important thing in life is thinking about the questions you need to solve and the problems you need to solve. And not enough people actually spend time thinking about this. 2 is talk with as many people as possible. I actually literally just said this to Josh a second ago. And thirdly, stay open-minded, because you will see the people who are most successful are very open-minded and they're willing to get different people's opinions. Firstly, who am I? I'm a former failed personal trainer. In 2008, I worked at one of the first gym groups in Guildford, and baby face there, probably about 20 kilos lighter as well. I turned an estate agent. I did that for 7-8 years, crushed that, and then set up one of the largest high-ticket online fitness businesses in the world. Sold over $30 million of products online, and my mission is to help you realize that through great marketing and also great coaching, you can transform your life and also transform thousands of others. And I almost got emotional thinking about this morning, because everyone in here has the ability to have huge amounts of impact, not just on your life, but everyone who works for you, the clients you have. Like JP spoke earlier about helping people set higher standards. You think about how you might change your client's life, they lose weight and get in shape, how that maybe helps their children get in shape and like have healthier life. We've got amazing Ruby's brought her daughter here today, which is an amazing experience to get exposed to such a thing. So I actually would say a round of applause for Ruby for that. That's awesome. But this is an example in terms of you becoming aware of what you're exposed to. So this is why getting environments like this is so important. We're building the #1 mastermind in the world. And this is a quote I actually saw on my phone from 2021. No, sorry, start of 2022. And what I would be interested, and I'll go through why this was relevant at the time, does anyone have any quotes specifically they've got on their phone that they've saved that really resonates with them? Has anyone got anything they want to share? Here we go.
Be the change you wish to see.
Some great advice.
Regret is scarier than fear.
Okay, anyone else? Josh?
Be brave, take risks. Nothing substitutes experience.
Cool. And why I wanted to share this is that this is all mindset. Everything is the lens you put on to look at a situation, the way you frame things. So why this was relevant to me at the time is when you're a solopreneur, you don't realize you don't really have a failed business. You have lessons you got paid to learn. Is this. So this was, a few people have seen this, but this was back in the day when it was very difficult to get Instagram accounts back when they were disabled. So this was 7th January 2022. Day before this, I basically ended up getting divorced from a 10-year relationship, and I was in the process of moving to Dubai. I was staying in the Hilton Hotel in Kingston, about to speak on a big podcast. Open my phone, I get this, I'm like, for fuck's sake. Probably the worst podcast I've ever done in my life, like literally wanted to die inside. My personal life was imploding, felt like my business was literally melting away, so it felt like everything was collapsing. This was the exact photo I sent Instagram with the stupid little code with your username Has anyone else had to do this before and can resonate with that? Or am I the only one? Like I looked at that and it's like, you can see the depression in my face. Like, I was like, fuck me. I've actually still got that sweater somewhere in it. It gives me PTSD like looking at it. 13th of January 2022, I got my account back. And this was actually, I remember a distinct moment. I walked into a coffee shop in London and I literally opened my phone. I was like, fucking start shouting. People looking at me like, what's this guy doing? And anyone knows the UK, like no one does anything like that. So they like literally thought I'd robbed someone or something. But interestingly, that was a big James's event over there. So I've known James for a very, very long time. Did you notice me off at all at that event anyway?
I remember that day clearly, actually. I think you were more upset losing your Instagram account than the divorce.
Well, that's why I was getting divorced, so maybe it says a lot about that, right? But the reason I share this is at that time, my personal life was collapsing, my business life felt like it was collapsing, but that taught me a lot of lessons. Because a couple of months before that, November 2021, we hit our first 300K month over Black Friday. Actually, was more than that, it was like 330. And I started to think I was Billy Big Shit, like untouchable. Because anyone who's had momentum and success in your business, you realize as quickly as it comes, like quickly the rug can be literally pulled underneath you. So the most important thing is that when you have success, is you need to stay humble and keep learning and get in the right communities. And through the challenges I had in that January scenario then, I got very good at paid advertising and other lead generation strategies rather than just relying on a big Instagram account I had. Because something like that can get pulled at any time, or the market changes and maybe that platform doesn't work as well it did. And this is with what we do, the goalposts are constantly moving, which is why you have to be looking ahead and thinking ahead what's going to be happening. And that's really where my focus is in terms of, okay, this is what's happening in terms of platforms right now. This is where the market's going. Where do we need to be in 6 to 12 months' time to make sure we're ahead of everyone else? Because that's essentially how we win the game online. And two things solve problems. Does anyone know what these are? Because I say this a lot. There you go, Simon. What are they? One is money, two is people. Because if you have money, you know the right people, you can pretty much solve anything. And even if you look at the US election, Elon Musk, for example, was paying people basically $1 million to go and vote in like raffles and stuff. It says a lot from that respect. Now, how do we turn the money printer on your business? In 2025, we'll have a big problem. Traffic is getting unpredictable on social media. You can go viral, but with completely the wrong people. Who here's had a video pop off and it's just bought in rubbish leads? See, JJ, Simon, you had a video get like 10 million, like loads of people, right? Getting virality doesn't necessarily guarantee sales and income. Now, this is the solution. We call it the influence engine. Has anyone here heard of Eugene Schwartz's buyer's pyramid? Simon? Anyone else? Okay. Reese? So there's a couple of different steps to this when we look through a funnel. So step number one is unaware. So these people have no clue about you. They have no clue about they have any problems in life. This is probably 99.9% of society just going along their merry way, probably the majority of the UK. Now, the second thing, problem aware. These are people who realize they have some type of issue, but they have no way to solve it. So like, okay, I'm 20 pounds overweight, but I don't know how to get rid of this. I've had this for the last 5 years. Number three, solution aware. They have the problem, they know how to solve it, or they've seen the solution. Number four, product aware. That would be some type of coaching service like your wonderful businesses. And number five is then like intent. And an example in terms of this practically, so we look at the top, Charlie is unaware how much his weight is affecting his energy, confidence, and daily life. So how many people go to, like, I remember this in my estate agent's crib specifically, particularly guys like 55 or whatever, who would have like digestive issues, like really low energy, just felt terrible. Have absolutely no idea like why or even realize this problem. They just think that's normal. 7.2, problem aware. Charlie started feeling frustrated with his appearance and health. Nothing, he felt tired. He felt tired and sluggish often. So he's aware there is something wrong here. Number three, solution aware. Charlie learned that fitness programs could help people like him lose weight, build energy, and feel better. And product aware. Charlie found out about Charlie Johnson Coaching, a program specifically designed for people looking to shed body fat and boost their fitness. And then the most aware people at the bottom of the funnel is Charlie's now committed to Charlie Johnson coaching because you know it works for people like him who need structure, accountability, and sustainable results. And that's where the most important thing, like JP mentioned earlier on, is certainty, because we have to give certainty and confidence in everything we do. And this is the most important thing that, like, no one is ever going to buy from you, and it's like 1,000% Chang Yang can help you lose weight. 1,000% Aku can help you lose weight. They have to believe you can do it, and they have to have that conviction in the way you communicate and also the content you put out. Now, essentially, how do we use this to our advantage in terms of bringing people through that type of funnel? Stage one is you create 2 to 3 problem-aware pieces of content with like comment CTA for a guide or even like a direct message to DM in. Example here, this would be something like problem-aware. Here's 3 warning signs you have high cortisol that's affecting fat loss. People don't even realize this is a reason they're not losing weight. It's probably actually one of the things that affects me sometimes, like stress levels being higher. People have no idea. They don't realize this is a problem, they're just going along the merry way. So that would be an example in terms of something being problem aware. First time we actually posted that on my main account, that went nuclear, and it's very, very easy real to do. So I would probably suggest doing that. Second thing is you then create 2 to 3 solution-aware pieces of content. So we've made them problem-aware. Stage 2, this is an example in terms of here's how eating a dessert can actually help you lose weight. So talking about consistency with your diet, you can actually adhere to it. Maybe actually having reduced cortisol because you have something you enjoy that increases dopamine levels. There's a very strong argument for that. And then I'm going to just pause for a moment. So this is actually the first business event I ever did. This was October 2022. And you can see the smile on my face. Like, I love doing this. And Shane actually, sits in the corner, right on the left-hand side. Like, whether it's 3 people at your event, 120 people event, 5 people watching your videos, you have to love what you do and do that with every piece of content you make. Because people will see if your energy and frequency is off and not congruent. Now, stage 2. You then create solution, product-based content with client results and testimonials. We then put stage 3 into ManyChat. So we link in. So if we're doing, for example, reels on, say, for example, the cortisol one. So we had a comment CTA to get our cortisol guide. We would use ManyChat to fire back to basically start the conversation sequences so we can then pull people in. We're not actually necessarily trying to convert people at that part of the funnel. We're just trying to bring them in, warm them up, and build the know, like, and trust. Because scarcity online is at an all-time high. And in my opinion, will probably just keep going up, which is why you need to build people, build rapport with people, and you also need to have people have multiple touch points to come through a process. Buying cycles generally are getting longer now because of this. So we want to set up ManyChat flows off the top of the funnel, starting conversations. You can give value, send them through lead magnets. You can also create broadcast lists where you can message everyone at once. So a great example of this, if you've got a podcast, YouTube channel, some type of asset, you can drop that out. If you've got, for example, a Black Friday offer, you can drop that out, which is something we're going to come on to. And then you also obviously can collect prospects' emails, numbers, which is creating owned media. So you can outbound dial those people, you can WhatsApp them, you can create Facebook ad targeting groups on that as well. And basically, with this process, what we look to do is we then turbocharge this by running paid ad traffic through it. So essentially, we start with the first unaware, problem aware. We could boost reels from there, and we basically retarget throughout that process. So we would say, for example, the first 3 reels, we'll boost those out quite strongly on a heavy paid ad spend, not heavy, but like relative. Like the majority would go to the cold traffic. And then we would start to retarget the people who have viewed over 50% of those videos. Example of this is here. So on the left-hand side, these are top of funnel videos that are being boosted out. We will then retarget people who've watched more than 50% of those videos because those people are now problem aware and they also know something about me, not like directly super cold. Now, this is something, Nathan actually, I mentioned this to you wherever you are, he's done part of this already, is retargeting the middle part of your funnel with some social proof. Nathan, that's already made a difference to your business right away, right? So 2,500 clicks on a booking link by retargeting the middle part of the funnel with the right type of content at the right time. And this is where we need to engineer what people see at the right time in the part of the process. Because if you're trying to hammer someone with a cold ad and they've never seen you before, buy my fitness coaching program, they're not going to buy it. But if they've watched like 6, 7 different reels and been through loads of your content, and they start seeing retargeting ads as social proof, the likelihood is they're going to buy is going to increase dramatically because the certainty is coming, right? Because they see over and over and over again results. So the audiences you use this, you want to be very specific. We'll be particularly building this out to CEO clients we work with. If you're not already doing 30K plus per month, I would probably just purely focus on the retargeting funnel, your warm audience. I wouldn't worry about just trying to blast traffic through the top end. You should just try and get the top traffic to come organically for now and really nail that down before like potentially overspending on the ad side yet. There's a time and a place. You need proof of concept. Now, Black Friday 2025. We can do questions at the end on this. Black Friday 2025. Raise your hand if you launch a Black Friday offer. Keep your hand up if you're already making money from the Black Friday offer. Cool. So if you're in the room and you haven't got a Black Friday offer, you clearly hate money. So this is, I taught all of our clients this already, but we're going to go through some of these things now. So, I'll skip that one. I thought it was quite funny. That's actually what a lot of people's paid ads basically look like. It's just like this by no one buys anything. So phase one, the offer. So you need a crazy offer that's scalable with tons of value that you've never seen before. So obviously you can't do this type of approach every single month. So if we look at the offer, some examples in terms of what we include is like every ebook recipe guide we have. You buy 12 months, you get 3 months free coaching, access to live events, VIP one-to-one coaching calls with you, free entry into transformation challenges. You can add what you like, but you just want to try and make it scalable that actually gives value. This is an example of our Black Friday funnel. Very clear in terms of the headline, video, very, very specific. We have a list, a value stack in terms of what you get for Black Friday additionally. Give me a second to take photos of that. And what I always do is try and put an RRP on that so it shows like the perceived value. So we want to try and jack that up as much as possible. So the goal is to try and make this a no-brainer. And that's essentially what marketing is like. Well, I have absolutely no decision to do this. If we look at traffic, so we want to follow up with every non-closed lead this year with the Black Friday offer. So like email, WhatsApp, calls. I mentioned about ManyChat, an IG broadcast list, hammering through that. You want to be going through organic content on IG, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube community pages like Pinterest, anywhere you want. Paid ads in Facebook, and obviously shout-out pages work very well, in particular in specific niches. Kyle, wherever he is, has got a 10x ROAS on gay shout-out pages. I don't know where he is. There you go. And then obviously your email list. So examples of follow-up messages. Hey, XX, would you be interested in up to 3 months free coaching? We've just launched our Black Friday offer, which has some crazy added bonuses included. Up to 3 months free coaching, every recipe guide I've ever made, every training guide ebook we've ever made, lifetime access to our group community. If you want to get in the best shape of your life in 2025, so this is an important thing for Black Friday to talk about next year, then this is a no-brainer. So from waiting for on this, reply back Black Friday, limited to 7 clients. So you want to add some scarcity to it. If you're pushing this on email, I'd actually probably try and push more email replies. So try and get people to email you Black Fridays to opt in. And when to launch. If you haven't launched, you basically need to launch right now, because what I've seen with Black Friday, having done this for a while, is I originally started Black Friday maybe like 2 weeks before Black Friday and then crushed it. And then I was like, everyone else started doing it, and so I started earlier. November has almost become Black Friday itself for the entire month. So you pretty much want to start pretty much out the gate. And here's the big kicker. If you've already got a solid client base, you want to offer an internal renewal. So realistically, you should be looking for 5 to 10% of people to take this. So for example, in our own businesses, what we offer is basically if you renew early now for 12 months, we'll give you an extra 3 months coaching for free, plus all of these bonuses, access to our live events, yada, yada, yada. One of the things I definitely wouldn't do with this is not ask people, because you'll find some people will have just signed up to the program, and I've had this, like limited belief of a person that's not going to take it. Guy from Switzerland bought a coaching program. He think he'd be on the program 2 weeks. And I was like, I'm just going to ask him anyway and ask the question. Signed up. Had like 2.5, 3 year program. I can't remember who I was speaking to. I don't know if it was you, Simon, or someone said they've got someone signed up to like 2027 or 2028 now. Like people just keep, I think they bought one offer like this, right? Then another one. So it's like, some people just want to give you money. You should like give them the opportunity to do that. Option 2, if they can't afford that, maybe do 6 months with 1 month free. And the two most important things to remember, you want to make offers idiot-proof. So like, try and make things as simple as possible. And the only time me and Aidan actually spoke about this the other day, we had a Black Friday and any promotion that really didn't work, we overcomplicated it. We had like 4 or 5 different offers at the same time we were trying to launch. It was way, way too complex. And this is where you need to try and keep things as simple as you can, because when you start to add complexity to it, if you're struggling to understand it, then the customer's definitely not going to understand it. And if someone's confused, they definitely are not going to buy from you. And then marketing is ideas warfare. This is a saying I really, really like. And it's whoever can come up with the best idea that really hits home in terms of copy, hooks, visuals, something very different that's out there to engage that no one else is doing, will win. And this is where you almost want to have the thought process of like contrarian thinking. Do the opposite of what everyone else is doing. Like, if you're working in a specific niche, how's everyone else marketing on that? How can I market very different? How can I look different? How can I stand out more? How can my messaging be different? And be very specific in terms of who you want as your ICA, like ideal client avatar. If you haven't done this before, I'd write down specifically who it is my perfect client. And the second thing I would do, and this will make you way more money, and particularly if you have a sales team, identify what the definition of a layup is on a sales call. So like, this person comes on, they've listened to your podcast, they watch your YouTube videos, they're on your email list, they've opted into all your lead magnets, maybe they know one of your current clients. Because the goal is, the funnel I spoke about earlier is, how can we get them to tick as many of these boxes before they come to the sales call as possible? And this is when it makes it as easy as possible for you to convert them on a closing side. And they're actually going to be a better client and get a better result because they're fully bought in and they have that certainty and conviction. And remember, the simplest ideas win. And the last thing I want to finish with this is, like, what's your big problem and what's the one simple idea to overcome this problem? So again, if you write down, what is your big problem, question mark, what's your one simple idea to overcome this? This is the most important thing you need to think about today, you think about tomorrow, and really hammer that home. And I go through some questions, because there's probably going to be some questions on that. Do you want to grab the mic? Aidan,
a couple of mics.
Yeah.
Are we on hand tie?
Yeah, can you grab the other back off stage and just stay outside of the room, save me running back and forth?
So with the re-offer to current clients, if you've got those people who are on like, I don't know, they've been with you for years and they're on like 150 or something a month, what do you do with them? Because you're going to offer them something that's more than what they're currently paying.
I would probably keep them the same price, but it depends. If you've got a coach doing it and the coaching fulfillment price is okay, I would probably maybe offer them 12 months when you get an extra month for free, but not give so much of a discount, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, and the second part is, what about if someone's just signed up for 6 months and then they're 3 months in?
I would just offer them the Black Friday thing straight away. Like, they could be 2 weeks in and I'd offer it to them.
So how would you manage that from like a...
I would just message them and be like, hey Holly, we just launched our internal Black Friday offer where if you renew your program now early for 12 months, we'll give you 3 months free coaching. So you pay for 12, you get 15, plus you get all these extra added bonuses, X, Y, Z. And you'd be surprised how many people will end up taking that. You're like, he's never going to buy this. And they reply back, yeah, just send me the payment link. Okay.
So do you add that onto the months that they've still got left of their...
Yeah, you just add on. So like, you ultimately end up with clients who've got massively long programs who are like locked in. And one of the things people think about is, oh, I don't lose my recurring revenue, is the reality there's no guarantee that person's not going to drop off at some point anyway in the next 6 months. So you're better off having them locked in. And a phrase I like to think about a lot is money now is more important than money later, because the money later may never come. And the money you have right now, you can invest back into your business to get momentum and to move faster. And business and life is a momentum game, right? Like JP spoke earlier in terms of if you have goals and you don't hit them, it can knock your confidence and slow momentum down, which is why if you can get momentum into your business by keeping clients locked in, you get revenue in, you can put money back into the front end to keep the hamster wheel going faster and faster and faster.
Charlie, do you recommend doing that like over a call or just get your coach?
The offer? So great question. So one of the things that is really obvious that happens when people try to renew clients is if you sell someone to a fitness program and they go to a coach and then you haven't spoken to them and then you speak to them again in 5 months' time and their program is due at 6 months, it's obvious what it is. So the coach should have a really good relationship with the client, so that he needs to have that conversation with the client. And I would also probably incentivize the coach with maybe some type of small bonus, depending on how you pay him currently. Like you could do that via message, you could do it via Loom videos. If you're doing one-to-one calls, do it on a call. Oh, sorry.
About many chats and other
Yeah.
organizations, when should I know that which place in my business I am that I know that it's the place that I have to start doing it? Because about hiring people in the team, you said that when you get this amount of monthly income, okay, it's time to hire some people. But how am I optimizing my system? Because I'm in a place that I'm not so much in the traffic, but on the other side, I feel that I'm enough in the traffic that I don't have much time to so much communicate with one-to-one people, and I'm losing maybe people that they can be my clients.
Is that from slow response times?
Yeah.
Are you doing the setting yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I wouldn't then look at automations for that because ManyChat, and we do it at high level as well, is really good at responding to first messages, replying to comments, sending messages. But it's terrible at trying to take a whole conversation through. So then one of the most important things to think about your business is the highest leverage thing you can do would be then to try and find someone who you can pay, who can do some of that messaging for you. And essentially the goal, game of business is you make your time more valuable when you step out of certain job roles and you slowly move up the ladder as your business gets bigger. So at the beginning, you need to, I'm not going to use the expression eat shit, but to some degree you do. You have to just do everything yourself and it's all action. And then eventually you scale yourself out to get other people to come in to fill certain job roles. And bringing someone in as a call setter is probably one of the quickest ways you can scale your business. But again, it comes down to finding the right person. So an automation tool won't necessarily solve all those problems.
If I bring an example from iOS system,
Yeah.
I like that system, but I'm not, my business is
Yeah.
very far from iOS. I just want to know that when should I start having systems sending emails, automatically sending.
So ideally you'd have that from day one, but something you have to think about a lot is you only have so many resources and so much time. So you can spend a lot of time quote unquote messing around implementing stuff that you don't really need yet. So at the beginning I'd focus, okay, the quickest way we can get people to book in on sales calls and then I can sell them onto coaching programs would just be organic content and messaging on social media. And then as that starts to scale and you get your time back, you can then focus on other things. I would say an ideal scenario, you'd have a CRM system, an email list, all this stuff set up from the start, but it's not essential. I'd say once you're over 10K a month, then that's something you need to really have in place. Oh, okay.
What would you suggest to do because you said that in marketing you should do the total opposite that everyone else is doing. So, for example, because the Black Friday is the whole month, November, if you would do only one day offer, only Black Friday offer, and you would build the hype for it on your socials, what would be the best way to attract the most leads and the most customers during that day?
The only concern I would have with doing it on one day, the reason I like to do Black Friday offers earlier is because, say for example, I'm holding back, not put my stuff out there, and then you're a potential client of mine, and then I don't know, Amazon has an offer for this amazing TV on Black Friday, and you go and buy that, and well, I haven't got any money to buy a coaching program now. So that's why we almost want to try and get in there before anyone else. I would say for you, if there's something you can add, your celebrity status to some degree in Finland, right? Is there something you can do to try and leverage off of that, where you've been on TV, maybe for the 10 people come over, if you come over to Dubai, I'll train with you in person, do X, Y, Z, try and add something to this is the only time of the year I'm ever doing this. What's something unique that you as a person can do that you have that gives you an advantage over your competitors, if that makes sense? Or even if you've got famous other friends in Finland who it's going to be me, it's going to be a Tuomas or whoever, you can come train with the three of us, do X, Y, Z, and we're going to include this for people on Black Friday, something like that, that's just this would be awesome, I definitely want to do this, almost just to do that.
attract people. Charlie.
I'm looking. Okay, sorry.
With the retargeting in the middle of the funnel.
Yeah.
Obviously, from like a B2B, you were showing like the testimonials of people.
Great question. So, you're going to ask what to put there?
For like fitness.
Yeah. So what I would do, I would literally even have, like, we've got loads of photos on fitness, like clients with like, they hold their trousers like that, they've lost loads of weight, and then like, here's how John lost 15 inches off his weight, just as like an image. You could have someone holding like a text thing, like, just think, how can I do this without having like a before and after photos? Like, there's a lot of things you can do, visual representation, or even like, I don't know, say Mez and Rach work in a wedding niche, right? Here's a photo of somebody on their wedding day, and here's how Marie lost 10 kilos for a wedding. Like, just use something that's almost the thing that people want at the end, but it's not a direct before and after. Or if you've got permission for, maybe you work with parents, you could ask, like, say someone had an awesome photo of them playing football with their kid or something. Like, here's a photo of Harry and his son playing football. He couldn't do this 6 months ago. This is how we did it.
So it's just the image and some compelling copy.
Yeah. You could add video retargeting to that, but I personally think graphics work better. And what you want to do is you want to make it look like an organic post, because essentially what we're doing with, let's go back. What we're doing with these funnels is we're like manipulating this whole thing. So we're trying to show the exact thing at the right point of time to the person. So someone's come through, they've watched a couple of reels, they're already starting to like your stuff, they're problem aware, they know you've got a solution, and then they keep seeing in their feed all these people you're helping, and they're like, well, this Harry guy's changing everyone's life. It's like, well, it's 2025 soon. It's like, I've been saying I'm gonna get in shape for the last 5 years, and then he'll see something that will trigger him, and they'll be like, oh, he'll message you. And what I would also do, so is having the tracking down on that, I would send those retargeting as direct to a book a call link, not to DM message, because they're warm. So like, I would send them straight to the call rather than to a DM, and like, not even a complicated funnel, literally just like Calendly embedded landing page, so you can track basically the URL. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, cheers.
Is any other questions on that? Because that's probably good.
Just before we jump in with the next question as well, in terms of the automation and things like that, one of the most important things to look at instead of how to automate things is how to track things. So using things like tags, a lot of people who opt in on a Black Friday offer might not actually take action until January. Exactly as Charlie said, right? People are going to spend money through other websites, other platforms. Generally, a lot of people put until January for their fitness. So anyone who you are pitching a Black Friday offer to, make sure that whether you're using Go High Level, whether you're using Meta Business Suite, you actually have the tags in place for this, so you can do a follow-up sequence. A lot of sales will come from follow-up sequences.
I can tell you statistically our buying period is 32 days on average from a lead coming through to then converting. So like, buying cycles are getting a lot longer, and we have like nailed in ad tracking software for that. Simon?
How are you distributing the ad spend through the...
So what I would do is probably spend 70% at the top of the funnel, and then just retarget each layer and break it down off of that. The bottom end of the funnel, you don't need huge amounts of spend. So like the direct, very bottom most aware would be like really direct CTAs, like videos calling people out. And then I would retarget like solution aware to product aware with like the social proof. So those people have already seen a few reels, and I put the top ones all in like a CBO campaign and just let them spend.
Would you say send long form content?
Yeah, so like ideally on the top videos, what we would try and do is try and create something where you're giving them maybe a lead magnet that maybe is like, you know, we mentioned today about like YouTube videos. You start to pull them into, like, the way I like to think about marketing now is a spider web effect, because people can have multiple touch points. So you just want to pull someone in and they almost get stuck, and then they're on their email list, and then start watching your YouTube videos. They listen to podcasts. Like, you're trying to come around them at all angles. So like, if they're watching you on all platforms, then they're also getting the retargeting ads. Like, who are they going to go to when they want to get the end result, which we know they want the result if they're already coming through to the bottom end of the funnel, because they're already watching stuff about how to solve the problem. So they're not going to be watching over 50% of a reel in terms of how to lose body fat if they don't need to lose body fat. So we're hitting a super warm audience. What's that, sorry?
Can you retarget what people have watched a certain percentage of your YouTube video?
You can on YouTube, you can't on Facebook. So you can't across platforms. So YouTube for fitness ads I find doesn't convert well. Ryan's probably going to tell me the opposite. Different offers, and it has probably better targeting to some respect, but on Facebook you can't. But you can retarget the percent watch time on the reels, and the type of person who's on Facebook, Instagram tends to be very different than demographic maybe on YouTube. Keith?
Is there a certain like time frame that we're waiting for to go to the next stage of that retarget, or is there certain metrics?
Literally all we're looking for is watch time of the reel. So like once they've watched over 50% of the reel, or 75, depending on what you choose, you then want to target them with the next layer, then the next layer. Yeah, and then like you would not have one video saying problem aware, solution aware, you'd have like bunches of those and just keep pushing it in front of them. Because basically what we're doing, try not to think about this as paid ads. We're trying to manipulate organic content essentially in front of people at the right part of the process to pull them through. I know it seems a little bit complicated, but when you think about it, like this is really fucking smart and it works phenomenally well.
Yeah, and then the final stage, so the middle stage is solution aware and social proof, the final stage is just CTA or to the...
Yeah. Shane?
You know how you have the blog post that goes to cold audience, so and then you have the boost reels. So would you then maybe so you're saying to retarget even that blog post as well now to those who actually watch your reels?
I would try this as a completely different ad strategy. So if you think how a lot of us now are running reels top of funnel to get followers, we're basically doing that trying to get the followers, but then actually doing with something with people further down the line. So like a lot, like I think Simon, you said, I don't know how many people you bring a day, like loads of people to your account, right? But at the moment, you're not doing anything with them specifically after that. Is how do we pull people through each step? And we're almost like filtering out layers of the right people, because if they're not watching the problem aware and solution aware videos, they're not really going to respond to the CTA. It's highly unlikely. But if they've watched 5 videos of the solution aware and they've watched half of them, they're probably pretty aware in terms of, okay, who Simon is, what he does, and he actually knows the things to solve their problems. So they're going to be very hot prospects.
Would you keep maybe like the creatives the same, but just use different keywords? You can actually test between the two as well.
Sorry, I didn't hear that one.
Would you just test between like the two using different keywords, and so the one that's been retargeted?
Yeah, I would use different keywords and try and be specific on the tracking with that. We've also built out using Hyros UTM tracking code, so we can track specific words longer term. But one of the reasons why a lot of the CTAs we would send, say like retargeting social proof direct to a call booking page, is it's very easy to track that person specifically came from here. So okay, cool, that person came out of that system. Actually?
Am I right in saying that can you track anybody that's watched over, say, 50% of a reel and then retarget them directly?
Yeah, that's literally what we do. So like, say for example, I make a reel at the top, I think an example here. So say at the top, I'm gonna put something broad out as the first video. This person's unaware they have a problem. They watch 50% of that video. I'm then gonna retarget them with a problem aware video. Say they've watched 2 to 3 of the problem aware videos. I'm then gonna, I'll retarget people who watched over half of that with a solution aware one. The product aware one, I would then retarget with half, and like you just start to pull people through.
Is how to do that on the school?
Not yet. I've only made this like 3-4 weeks ago. And I've been trying to hold back talking about it, so I get excited. Which is why I mentioned it in passing accidentally to Nathan. He's already done some of it. This is why I left a lot of time, so I thought we'd have a lot of questions.
Charlie, have you tested like the different proportions of when you're retargeting the people now who know you, the amount to which they like and trust you? So what we're going in with a little bit more of?
The buyer awareness of who you are is going to be way higher. You're going to be way less skeptical. There's not a metric are going to be like, ROAS is 5 to 1, like you can't, our trust score is 5 to 1 or whatever. But 100% they will know who you are, and it's way easier than if you've run a direct SMS ad and like, yeah, I just saw your ad, Millie, I don't really know much about you. It's very different than they've watched 10 reels already. They probably scrolled through your other stuff. If they've messaged in for a lead magnet, maybe they're on an email list, they've seen your podcast, like you're pulling them through a lot of different stuff, which is ideally what we want people to do, is absorb as many different things as possible. Long form content's brilliant for that. Like you don't have to get tens of thousands of views. Like if you can get 100 views of the right people, that can be a lot of money for you on the back end.
Okay, so say for example there's maybe like 2 to 3 retarget reels that
Yeah.
go out, that they then feed into get this training, but it sends them to a YouTube video. Get this training, but it sends them to a podcast.
Yeah, so I'll give you a good example.
With like the social proof.
Yeah, so like the middle chunk is where you want to be pushing social proof in front of them. And the goal of that, like, we don't really care if that makes money directly, because you know if you're pushing client results in front of people who have a problem losing weight, they're going to be much more inclined to buy from you. So you don't have a lot to spend on that. You put like £5-10 a day. It's actually pretty low in terms of the budgets. You put most of your budget at the top, at the start, to pull people through. And a lot of you guys are doing that already in terms of just boosting to get new followers, but there's no strategy specifically other than messaging them of what to do after that point, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fine. I was just wondering what's going to matter more is hitting them with the results and building that trust.
The reels and them consuming the content will get the trust, and the results will give the certainty. Because like, if you're like, okay, I like this person, I resonate, I like their energy, the way they communicate, and I keep seeing like another person, oh, that person's like me, they'll start to buy in way, way more. They'll have the trust, but then also the certainty you can help them get what they want. Ben?
If you're making content and putting the call to action at the end of your target, you know, watch 50%, and you better to actually make the call to action further to get more.
Not, you could do, but I think some people would drop off at that point anyway. Because like, if something seems like addy, people are like off. Because it's so easy, people will scroll through it. You almost want people to watch it to the end because they're going to be the warmest. There's no reason you can't try that. Like from content to get followers, one of the best things you can do is like say follow towards the start of the reel. Like I gave an example in terms of here's how to eat dessert to lose weight. My name's Charlie Johnson, I've done XYZ, follow for more fat loss tips. This is why I eat cheesecake on Saturday night because it helps me do XYZ. You can play around with that, but it's just testing it.
I've ran paid ads before, but quite unsuccessfully. I've never got a good ads. Do you recommend learning how to do that yourself? I've always paid someone to do it.
Great question. I actually spoke a bit about that right the other day. My opinion, the biggest mistake people make is trying to hire paid ads agencies. And if you like think about this in like really basic terms, if someone's really good at running paid ads, they would just run ads for their own business and sell stuff. Like in real basic, like why don't you give me 5K a month? I'll just sell stuff that's 10K a month to run ads, right? So to make any sense. I've never, Ryan obviously does well, but outside that, I don't really see anyone killing it who's used agencies. And also the problem that happens if you use an agency, they will almost bamboozle you with numbers that you don't really understand and they make it sound good. Ryan, you're here somewhere, aren't you? And you will testify to that, right? What's that?
I can chime in if you want.
Yeah. Aid and give Ryan. Like, the big thing with the ads thing is like the most important thing for everyone in this room is this mindset, like JP said, but it's also skill. So you know if someone's bullshitting you on something, and you also know what good looks like, you know how to do everything, and if there's a problem, you can fix it very quickly. Because even if you have the best media buyer in the world, they make mistakes sometimes. And I would say we've probably tried 4 or 5 ads agencies, never worked. Like, it's done okay, but you know your audience better than anyone else. You also care more than anyone else, and it's also your credit card on file that's getting like hammered on your Amex, right?
Yeah, so essentially, like, if you don't know how to run them yourself, you're just going to wind up getting screwed by some sort of company. So, like, especially the more money they know that you can make, it gets even worse. So, like, I've had really good ad agencies that I've paid like $4,000 a month, and I've had ad agencies that I've paid like $35,000 a month. And there was literally no difference between the two of them. It's just genuinely, it was just my understanding of how much I knew about ads. Because they would get on every time and be like, oh, here's your CAC, here's your LTV, all these different things, and you'd be like, oh man, this looks amazing. But then they're tracking it on a completely different like kind of software, this, that. Like, there's nothing you can do better than learn how to do the ads yourself, for sure. And I also think the messaging is almost always fucked. Like, they might make a really good graphic or a really nice video, but the messaging, like, they're gonna say something that's gonna genuinely make you like your skin crawl.
You'll die inside.
Yeah.
So one more question I have: if you've never ran paid ads yourself, it's not a big dumb question, but where do you recommend learning how to do that?
So that's one of the big things we teach. So I've personally spent over 1.5 million on Facebook ads. Aidan is a wizard at ads. We help, like, a lot of people in this room will testify. Like, who has made money from us helping you with the Facebook ads? Like, Aaliyah made a load of money, like pretty much everyone, right? So, like, we know how to do that. I've done that a lot in our own fitness business. Aidan helps a lot with the clients in terms of that side. And it's actually way simpler than you think. And ads agencies like Ryan talking will try and like confuse you talking about like complicated stuff that doesn't really matter. but it's actually fairly basic, and you've got a great audience, so it's relatively easy. Jack, do you want to bring it forward to Adrian?
Would Meta flag if you put up it before and after the client would close on? Like I was.
So what you could do, so like we spoke about ads, there's a photo somewhere, I'm sure. This is the type of thing that would do very well as a retarget ad. Like, here's how my client Danny, who was a CEO in Germany, lost 20 kilos and got abs the first time, and people comment on Instagram saying he looked like he's from 300. That's a cool ad, right?
If you didn't have a photo with Fonto, and let's say like they went from like an XL to a medium,
Yep.
before and after with no skin tone.
Or even ask them, like, Adrian, would it be okay, like, when you started, you said, if I helped you completely change your life, you give me a great testimonial, could you hold up a photo of you with your old t-shirt that I could use for some advertising? Like, that would look sick, right?
Even clothes on side by side, they don't always, because you'll have people who, and I'm sure people in the room as well, who do run side by sides. They can go through, but they tend to have really bad reach, and also anytime up to like 2 weeks after, 2 months after they go out, all of a sudden you can have them all change to right triangles and affect the account. So even with clothes on, I have seen it get flagged side by side photos. And we actually did this, I think, it was side by side of Charlie, it was a personal story, going from like real estate to fitness, and because it's the same person, we even clothes on, and it did actually get projected on it. So generally, anything side by side, because the targeting, like what triggers it, is done by AI at the moment. It just sees two people who are the same side by side, that's against guidelines. It might go through, but it's not really worth the risk. You're much better taking exactly what Charlie said. Get something of them with their pants showing like the difference in size, or something that just won't get flagged. Generally with ads and ad accounts, there's no need to go into that grey area. You can play it pretty safe.
I would also just think, when you're thinking about like social proof you could share on the retargeting ads, what's the specific desired outcome your clients want? So if it's they want to look great to go to Ocean Beach in Ibiza in the summer, then get a photo of someone at Ocean Beach in Ibiza shredded out the face on like one side of it, and on the left side have some text talking about how Liam did X, Y, Z, and here he is now. Any other questions? Josh? Aidan, do you want? Josh is so big he needs 2 mics, one for each bicep.
So I don't really struggle with like people coming in and we get 2, 3 million followers there, or so I'm kind of stuck with whether I should be boosting more and just like messaging more people, even more than 2, 300 a day, or start to retarget.
I would say retargeting is beautiful because you don't have to spend much money. Like, you put £10 a day into it, set and forget almost, have 4 or 5 different variations of like a CBO ad, and just don't, like, it's only going to help. And there's an unquantifiable ROI on that. But I would be very surprised, because if you think about human nature, right, we're all skeptical of everything. Like, everyone probably here probably thought I was a scam at some point, or like you were very skeptical of me at one point. And I think that's where, if you can just show like undeniable social proof in front of people all the time, but the way you present it is almost, it looks like an organic social media post, that will just help to warm people up. So I'd say something like that's worth doing, but you have enough top of funnel traffic that's like, you don't need to turn that tap on yet. It's more focused on, like I said the other day, like sales systems, the operations, and like the less sexy stuff sometimes.
Do you know the opt-in, like the response rate from those 200 to 300 messages, how many replies you're getting daily?
No.
That's wild.
So if you're getting like really high levels of reply, that's great. So what I would do is keep going along the funnel of those, like, so if you're getting 250 people actually engaged in replying, what percentage of those are actually ending up getting an application or a link sent?
Between 50 to
50%, so you should be sending pretty much like 30 odd links a day. So on that, if we're sending those links, we want at least a 50% conversion from that, so we should be 15 calls booked a day minimum, just from there. Is that about right in terms of growth? So at that point, yeah, if you pretty much got all the steps down, then the next thing is how to increase volume. But if not, it's going to be how to optimize the steps to like increase that. If you can get, you know, let's say instead of half people getting the link and booking in, that up to 80%, you'll see the same returns if you was just counting on spend.
Next question's. Is that it? Cool. Oh, Elia's got one. Sasha, if you turn the mic on, I think. Thank you, sorry.
With like nurturing the leads before they book in, because sometimes it's like they'll find my page and book it for the same day, and I don't want to.
It's too fast.
Spam them with like a bunch of like long form content and stuff. So what would you do in that case?
I would try and think what's the biggest reason they're skeptical?
I mean, for us, it's mostly people like thinking that in-person training is better than online.
Okay, so I'd probably make something specifically like this, maybe like a 6 to 8 minute YouTube video you send to people before the call, which is like, I wouldn't even talk about that in the title, but that's where you just make, you talk about, it's turned off now. You talk about making people aware. You connect the dots for them in the head, like, that logically makes sense. That it's not, if my goal is to lose weight, it doesn't really matter. Like what I do in the gym is actually me eating my calories and someone keeping me to do that. That makes the biggest difference.
Yeah, that makes sense. You just get so much where it's like they book in so fast and all happens so fast.
And that's a great thing.
Don't scam them with like too much either.
I would just try and give them one, like even maybe if you can get your setters to, if they said they worked with an in-person trainer before, that would be a red flag of, okay, this person maybe has that mindset, I need someone to like babysit me in a gym. Maybe you make something that's like 6 to 10 minutes long that you send through to people, which you could frame as the 3 biggest things that can help you in terms of fat loss. And you talk about point number 1 is maybe why it doesn't matter what you actually do in the gym, it's about what you do as a broad over the week. Like even I started this with, it's not about intensity, it's about consistency. It's the same thing with them in the gym as they can kill themselves for 3 hours a week, but if they're eating a bag of Doritos every day, and like every hour, it's not going to help.
With that Black Friday landing page that you have,
Yeah.
is that something that you send, like, is that after they book the call?
We send them direct into that with the offers and stuff on there, so then they can see all the bonuses, and it looks specific for that, if that makes sense.
So is that like if they click on an ad, or is that within?
If they click on an ad and in the DM conversation, we'll send them that then rather than directly to Calendly. And when they click that link, it will then open a call booking page. So it'll go through to like a landing page, a video. Hey, we just launched a Black Friday offer, blah, 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 blah. The bonuses are below the button. They click the button, then it opens a call booking page.
Does your coaches review form clips?
Sorry, say again?
Does your coaches review form clips of your clients?
Yeah.
So how would you be able to use it so that you say that you have your PT directly in the gym everywhere, every time you are training, as long as you just send the clips instead of the one PT session you have once a month or once a week.
We try to get like on the sales call, like my coaches will show them like screenshots of like WhatsApp chats, and like look at what
How
I
about a
find
YouTube video that you would send before the call?
Yeah.
It could be something you can mention in there as well. Yeah. I would actually like write down, okay, if that's the big thing that's a problem, I would then write, okay, how's every way I can tackle this? And you almost mention that in the video, but you don't directly take it head on, but you just make them aware, if that makes sense. Because almost like when you plant the seed with someone, the seed will then fester and start to grow. When they come to the call, they're like, oh, I saw you mentioned that in the video, that makes sense.
Thank you.
Cool. Anything else? Dom and Laith.
So we're running a retargeting app that's doing really, really well. So we've got about 50 quid a day. Instead, should I add more spend to that because it's doing really well? Or should I run a different ad?
2 things. So what's the frequency score and what's the ROAS on it?
Well, we've spent,
Okay. This is the most important thing, do you know what I mean? Like, that's what you make decisions. Okay, and the number 1 rule with ads is don't turn them off. I said that to you, Cheng Yang, the day of, and like you had an ad that's profitable, don't turn it off. Then you actually have another sale come through. So like, I would even maybe leave that in place, then sub other retargeting ads around it.
You can't load more.
You could, but which is why if you know what the frequency score, which is how frequently a person is seeing that, if it's over 4, that's generally where you want to start cutting it off. Because if someone's seen a direct ad 4 times, and they've not like bitten at that point, it's not as efficient.
Could you try doing like a similar kind of ad?
You could. Yeah, so I would even get the same ad, but just target a different audience in your funnel maybe. Yeah. And I've got Ollie and Laith. And we'll make these the last two, and then you can ask me any questions specifically afterwards, because just where we've got Ryan on after. He's ready to rock and roll.
So I know you can't make false promises
Yeah.
like retargeting ads, but can you say, for example, Harry lost 8 kg in 10 weeks, the end of Black Friday and all?
You 50-50, you might get away with that. I think so. What do you think, Aidan? It depends. Sometimes you would. The time frame's the thing that.
You're generally back into like a grey area. So
Yeah.
You have to make promises. Now, when you do it from the point of view of like, here's a story about a client who did this, you're not necessarily making the promise of like, hey, you can achieve this too, but it is coming up to that grey area. And kind of the same thing about like side-by-sides, it's not manually reviewed anymore. It's all going through the system. And if AI picks up and thinks, you know what, that's too much on the line, again, the risk isn't really there. Now you can say like, you know, you can get away with like £8 by New Year, right? If you use like vague time frames, because it's not necessarily doing it in terms of a calendar. Whereas if you were to say like lose 25 kilos by December 31st, it's too specific that can actually trigger it. So keep it like, generally you'll always get away with like as long as it's realistic, right? Talking pounds, talking like a genuine short time frame that would be possible, and you're pretty much safe. But anytime you're making a promise, again, you can launch them, you can have them go through, but they still can get.
Like, even a way you could frame it is like, Ollie lost 20 kilos this year. Ollie lost 20 kilos in 2024. Like, that's the only thing that's a bit grey.
Since starting as well can work because it's like vague,
Mm.
and it's the results in the number that people are interested in. They want to see like that drastic change, or like, you know, put it in pounds and do like 60 pounds or something, right? Like you can put it higher and stuff, and that will be fine as long as you're avoiding like a goal or like a target and a time frame. And you'd say to get them to book a call straight away as opposed to send a message.
If it's on a retargeting ad, yeah, probably. If it's the one with the social proof and you're targeting people who are pretty warm and watch a lot of content.
Yeah, the biggest thing, like direct call booked as well, is like volume. So if you're not having a huge amount of volume in the inbox, then it's generally easier to funnel people through the inbox because you can do your follow-ups, you can do different things. Direct to call booking works great as well when it's like that volume issue where you don't want to be taking like these conversations or you're worried your inbox will get buried. So if you're doing 250, 300 messages a day, direct call booking works great. If you've got like 15 to 20 messages happening in your inbox, like have the conversations because you can get better volume.
Cool. I'll go Tanner then Leith.
Do you have any recommendations or best practices on how to hire a sales team? Like personally, I've never done a sales call, so I'd rather have someone do it for me because I just don't enjoy doing it. But I know I need to do it, so I'm wondering any recommendations. I get people that reach out to me every day asking me to point myself or do sales calls, but I just want to know how should you do it.
I'll speak to you after because that's a very like in-depth answer on that one. It's quite long. Last one, we go here for that later.
So I'm using Manager for CTAs.
Yep.
So my CTA is just straight Coca-Cola. And I'm getting like on a daily basis 6 to 8 calls,
Yep.
which I think is good. And by the way, I'm not running ads.
Yep.
If it works organically, will it work on ads? Like the same way?
100%. As long as you get the targeting right. That's where, like I said at the beginning of this, if you're not already doing 20 to 30K, like you need to get proof of concept that this will work organically, because if it's not, it means your content's probably not good enough. So if it's working really well organically, if you start to put paid spend behind it, and then you're targeting the right people, it's a slightly different game, which is why you have to like warm people up more, because they're literally pushing in front of cold people, but yeah.
Should the ad be like short, like super short or not?
Depends on what the goal of the ad is. If you're trying to get them to book a call or follow you. Depends. If it's cold straight away, I'd probably not go for straight book a call straight away. I'd probably try and just get people to follow you, engage you, and then retarget those people to book a call.
So for me, out of like 5 leads,
Yeah.
3 or 4 are like purely CTAs at the end of the week.
You try and boost it and see. A lot of it is just testing. So if it's working organically, put $10, $20 a day behind it, target the audience to people you want. Yeah, and see if it converts.
Try boosting it.
Yeah, try. We'll wrap up there because otherwise we're going to go with. But if anyone has any questions, grab me afterwards on that. A big thank you. A lot of things that I used to think weren't important, I now realise in hindsight are incredibly valuable. And people think company values, why is this important? If you actually look, a lot of the people who raise their hands in this room are the people with the biggest businesses. So like the analogy, success leaves clues, has a lot to say about that. So if the people with the biggest businesses are doing that, then you probably should too. Something I want to think about is, if you already had the skills and mindset to make 10K, 50K, 100K a month, $1 million a month, whatever it would be, you would already be making it. So this is why you need to keep open-minded, that you're not where you need to be yet if you're not hitting your goals. So like, with that, I'd also add in, like the knowledge half cycle is getting shorter and shorter in terms of what worked 2 years ago isn't working now. And what's we're learning right now is not gonna work in 2 years' time, because everything is evolving so quickly, in particular with the way technology is coming through. The market is moving faster and faster and faster, and we're getting more market sophistication with everything out there, which obviously we spoke about it yesterday. So 3 agreements. Firstly, we're going to look obviously fixing one big problem in this event. We've spoken about this multiple times, so you guys should really know what you're trying to nail in on. Secondly, we want to talk with as many people as possible. This means some great energy and frequency in this room. We've had some amazing talks, and everyone's super bought in, so let's keep that going. And 3, staying open-minded. So who here has suffered with anxiety from their business? It makes you wonder why you do this, right? Like, has anyone had that, like, why the fuck am I doing this? Like, who was online coaching in March 2020? That's quite a few of us, okay. This was me in March 2020 with my shed office, CG coaching background. I literally made $1 million business in a shed. And then a whiteboard next to me in terms of all the tasks I was doing. And this was as COVID was happening. No one had any fucking idea what was going on. I was actually on a flight to Canada for a week of like making content and skiing. I actually took a videographer with me. On the flight there, Canada closed its borders. We had to bullshit our way through. We went skiing for 1 day, and then like the world was shutting down, so I had to fly back. Literally, no one knew what was going to happen. Who actually had to film a home workout and like band stuff? Like that was like, I died inside. What I thought was more interesting is on the right-hand side, the whiteboard. You can't really see at the top, but one of the big things I put there was be a leader, and I underlined it multiple times, because this is one of the biggest things you need to do in your business, but also for your clients. Because at that point, no one had any idea what was happening. People were really afraid, and that was one of the things you have to stand up when there is a crisis going on. And like, the way I always think about that is, it's an opportunity for you to show how good you are. It's like, when something bad's happening, it's an example of you to show your skill set. The other thing I say from that whiteboard is the amount of different tasks and things I was doing. I was making Zapier connections, building funnels, email automations, running ads, sales calls. You see the basics of the generic stuff I talk about now, like book sales call, close sales calls, because I did it all. Like, these are the things that work, and you have to learn the skills if you want to play at a high level, because a lot of the big mistakes people are making, and I've made, is trying to delegate things out without fully understanding. You have to have a base knowledge of things to get you to the next level, and this is one of the big things I really focused on early on. So no one could really like manipulate things so I didn't understand anything in my business. You need to understand the numbers in your business, whether it's running ads, basic tech stuff, so you have an overview if someone's basically trying to mug you off, or you can see if something's off. Because even with our own team, the amount of time like we'll build something, I'm like, that something doesn't look right in terms of numbers, and I'll take a look in 30 seconds, I'll see something's not working. So these are important skills you really need to learn. And one of the things I want to talk about today is how we can minimize anxiety within our business so we can get the most out of ourselves. So what I want to think about is like, what does being a leader mean to you? I'll ask Simon an example. What do you think being a leader means to you?
I suppose for me it's choosing the hard right over the easy wrong when even no one is watching, but then creating a culture that your staff do that when you're not watching.
Yeah, it's a great answer. So, and that actually comes back to company values as well, right? You create the culture so people make the hard decision, even when it's the uncomfortable conversation. And whether that's a phone closer having an uncomfortable conversation with a prospect that they really need to have, that no one's being honest with them, that's an example in terms of being a leader. So in this talk, we're going through systems I use in terms to control anxiety and become like the leader of your life. And we're also going to go through the 12-month roadmap to explosive growth and financial freedom, because there's some wild stuff going on in the world right now. I've had many conversations about crypto, which is also incredibly exciting. And the first one we'll start with that, if we look at 2025, is you want to start with the end in mind. So when we come to that, what's your goal? how much money do you want to make, and like how much you want to work and how much you want to sacrifice. So you might think that's a weird terminology to think about, but health, wealth, relationships, we actually spoke this before, Simon, like at some point you have to sacrifice something to get to the next level. So how much are you willing to put into this, depending how big your goal is and where you're currently at. And I'd say if you're at the beginning phases of your business, and I mean this in all due respect, you have the eat shit phase at the beginning. Ryan spoke about how he was doing community service about 1 million hours, training people all day, which I could really relate to because I worked full-time as a estate agent doing like 67 hours a week, had maybe 120 coaching clients, was training twice a day for a bodybuilding show at the time. Like, it's hard. But the reality is that the more progress you get, the easier it becomes as we develop and we get more skills. So when we look at setting goals for next year, one of the most beautiful things we can use now is AI. So here's an example of a prompt I would use to set financial targets for next year. So as an example, in 2024, my business made £1 million of revenue and 400K profit. In 2025, my goal is to increase both of these by 50% by the end of 2025. Please give me a clear breakdown of financial revenue and profit goals over 2025 with staggered growth. My business is in the fitness industry, so we have quieter months through June to August, and we're business in the months of November to February. Make this as if you were a consultant at JP Morgan. It's a good idea. They're pretty smart, right? This would be an example in terms of how it comes through, and it's a little bit small on the screen, but give you a revenue target over the year, profit target, and it'll break it down quarterly, monthly, and it's a really good way to frame this out over the year. Now, I know JP said yesterday not setting goals. If you want to be successful, you need to set goals. So it's slightly counter what you can say. The thing I would say to that as a caveat, which is something I've had to learn, is it's okay not to hit goals. I would rather you guys here set audacious, massive goals and you really fucking had to go, than you set really safe ones of, oh, I want to get like 5% growth next year. Like we have online businesses that you can scale rapidly, so you can be aggressive in terms of how you want to break this down. Just look at the numbers where you're at. Dom, wherever you are, we spoke beforehand, I was like, you need to set a bigger goal. Where is he? Over there. I was like, yeah, you can do slightly higher than that. Like, give yourself a little nudge for an extra 10, 20%, and it will make you take more action and put more into the business. Now we know the goal. So we have business goals, and I also look at personal goals for 2025. So what I want everyone in this room to do is write down 3 in each category, 3 things financially you want, 3 physical things you want, like you want a car, you want a house, you want a watch, you want whatever, and 3 things you maybe want in your relationships and your health. So the body you want, partner you want kids, you want family, whatever it is. I'll give you 2 minutes to do that. And with these, go wild. So imagine you had childlike curiosity and you could have whatever you want. So if you want a G-Wagon, put that down. If you want to live on the palm, put that down. Like, have really big goals, even if you think you can't achieve them yet. And even if you want to put that as like, this is a future goal and this is a goal for the next 12 months, that's a good way to frame it. And what you'll see with a lot of the stuff I'm going to talk about today, and this gets better the longer you do this type of stuff, is the visualization process. When you set a goal, you achieve it. And ironically, the photo of me there with the 2 Common Club Awards, I don't know if anyone knows Tanner Chichester. I remember when I was an estate agent, I saw him having photos. I was like, those are fucking baller. I want some of those. And I visualized in my head that I wanted to get that award, put that on my vision board, and I ended up getting them. Same thing I'll show you in a minute, but it's the 2 Common Club X Award for doing over 10 million in sales. I had that on my vision board this year to get. We got that. Cool, give it another 60 seconds. So with these, just go top of head, like you should know, have a gut instinct in terms of what you want, and these should almost just like fly straight off. Like first reaction. It's like gut instinct with something, you know something, if you want something or not. Does anyone have anything they want to share? Or comfortable sharing? Adrian, looking at you.
In my first 50,000 euro.
Okay, that's very realistic. That's good. Anyone else? James?
Buy some land in Bali to build
That's it. Yeah, let's go big. Go big. We want to hear big things. We don't want small goals. Anyone else? Zibia.
My apartment in Marina Gate, 70th floor, and my yacht, my personal, my private yacht, and a series of my Mrs.
Cool. 70th floor is very specific. It's good to be specific to some degree. Well, one more. Anyone else want to share anything? Tom.
I want to reach 500,000 YouTube subscribers.
Sick. How many you got at the moment?
272.
Okay. Sick. All right. And a fixed foot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Cool. So once we have an idea in terms of the goals we want, this is probably one of the most powerful things you can do that you see every single day, and it's create a vision board. Now, again, I mentioned at the start of this that there was a lot of things I used to believe in that I thought was a crock of shit, to be honest with you. The reality is the small things you see every day have a massive influence on your thoughts and your decisions. So that's an example of the vision board I have on the left-hand side. A lot of the stuff I achieved there on this year, like the car, 2 Common Club X award. I want to get 100K subs on YouTube. That's definitely not happened yet. But a lot of those things have been ticked off, and it's just visual prompts, like subconsciously reminding me of what I want. So what I would do is I would take those things you want, put them into the vision board. The other thing that's really helped me, and who else ends up doing sometimes like computer roulette or like app roulette on their computer or the phone, like you go looking for stuff and you're messing around, you're not really being productive, you're like working, is I have a sticky note on my computer screen of like the 3 to 5 biggest goals I have for the year. And when I find like I'm not being productive, I look at that and okay, like you should actually get back to doing something you should be doing. So these are very powerful things that help. And some goals achieved this year: 2 Complex Award, bought a dream car, got best shape of my life, I hit my year's net worth target I had. And then why you should do this is it's just constantly prompting you in terms of how you can have feedback loops and create momentum. So if you create a vision board for next year and then you start to tick things off, you will remember being in this room thinking like, Charlie said make a vision board, I'm not sure if I should do this. You make the vision board and you start to tick some of these things off and you think, whoa, I didn't think I could do that and I've done it. And that shows growth personally and also as a business, which is the most important thing. And that's how you build confidence into yourself, and then you also get massive momentum. So first we have to focus on who, not how. So we spoke a lot about how yesterday, but one of the biggest caps that's going to stop us is ourselves. And we're going to talk about time management shortly, but I'm going to talk about my personal process that's really helping me take things up another level. So firstly is getting the habit of getting up before the sun gets up every day. And interestingly, I tried to actually sleep in yesterday and today a bit because I'm going to be at the event, it'll be in my feet all day long. I still wake up I was wide awake at 5:30 because my body's just used to it now. So I'd say one of the most important things you need to do is get really diligent with getting up on time you go to bed, very, very important. Second thing is reading 5 to 10 pages of personal development book first thing in the morning. Don't look at your phone, I'm going to come on to that in a minute. Don't look at anything that's warping your brain and pulling you different distractions. You want to be present in your own head and actually thinking. Thirdly is write and reflect on yesterday, what worked, where I can improve, and just jot anything down. So like, for example, this morning I wrote about how I felt yesterday went, how I want you guys feel today, what do I want you guys to get out of it, how do I want to feel today? Like, actually think, because so many of us are drifting through life on autopilot. Fourthly, no phone access to start the day. This is probably the quickest way to rot your brain. I'm probably the worst person who has been triggered by this of like looking for quick dopamine of like, how much money did I make last night? Like, what's crypto doing? How many calls did we book? Like, you want to come off of that because that can trigger you really negatively first thing in the morning if you're in a low frequency. So you need to stop looking for those quick dopamine hits. And then fifthly is do like a hard workout every day or do something physically challenging. One of the reasons why this is so important is it puts you into like a flow state where you can't think of anything else at the time. Like if you're doing a barbell squat and you're maxing out, you're not thinking like, oh, I wonder what my Facebook ad CPA is. Like, you like, I don't want to die, so like, just get this up. And this is an important thing because it helps you clear your head. Who here has a personal process or something you do to like run your own habits every day? Cool. And the goal is get yourself into a high frequency first thing in the morning and be intentional with who you are and then try and carry that through the entire day. So I use the app Opal to block me from using WhatsApp, IG, Slack, and Facebook because I'll still do it. Like I'll open my phone, walk into my car to go to the gym, and like go to hit it, and then I can't because it's like blocked out. So like physically stop yourself going on these things if you find that you can't actually control yourself. Same thing if you've got a client who's struggling to lose weight, like you don't have junk food in the house. If you're addicted to your phone, like semi-guilty, then you need to put something in place as like a preventative measure. And a really good saying I like is our frequency is what we frequently see. So if you put yourself in a high frequency, you become that attractive character like Ryan Zoffe spoke about yesterday, more things just seem to like fall in your lap. The reality is it's momentum in life, and a lot of that comes from like the positivity and the way you carry yourself into the world. And lastly, something I think about is like, don't do anything that will make you feel guilt. So like, you cheated on your diet, you drank alcohol, you didn't, you cut your workout a bit short, you're supposed to do like 8 intervals, you did 6, but like no one really know. You subconsciously know, and this is where you have incongruence between your subconscious mind and your conscious mind. If you're saying, I want to get in great shape, but then you're eating Doritos every day, or I want to build a big business and be really, really successful, and I'm in this room and I want to get to the next level and achieve the success some people in here have, but then you can't be bothered to get out of bed every morning, you're snoozing your alarm, that's going to cause massive, massive problems internally. So make sure you hold the promises to yourself, because this is what creates confidence. And this is what my perfect week would be like as a fit pro for people probably under 30 to 50K a month. So how we schedule ourselves out is very, very important. Who here struggles with time management? Anyone? Okay. So this is something I would write down. I don't manage time, I manage myself. Because if Elon Musk can build Tesla and SpaceX, you can run an online coaching business and scale it. And he also helped him win the US election, the Trump winning election. So like, I don't even know how he does it. And I was on Joe Rogan for 4 hours and all the other stuff he does. So like, you have time, it's just how you manage yourself, which is why this comes back to personal development. So if we look at how I would schedule this out, first thing in the morning, I would always do like most important tasks. So like, if you think of the Pareto principle that 20% of actions create 80% of results, what do you think we should do first thing in the morning? Focus on the 20%, or what's the big needle movers you need to be doing? So planning content, making content, messaging clients, whatever it might be. Second thing I would do with that is then probably work out. I would then go into probably building business or working on business tasks, and I would try and focus on sales calls for the rest of the afternoon. I would try to avoid meetings earlier on in the day. You want to have your most creative energy used when you're at peak performance. You don't want to be trying to do a mix of different tasks as well. And I'll show you an example in terms of how you scale your business. Your calendar is going to start to look very different. So as an example, this is my calendar, I think from last week or the other week. The bigger your business gets, almost the more white space you want. Now, this doesn't mean I'm not working, I work pretty much all the time, but it means I can be creative and I'm not getting back to back in terms of meetings, and I can focus on bigger projects that are really moving things forwards. What you also have to think about is not being as busy as possible, it's about being as efficient as possible. Because something we forget sometimes is we're actually human beings and we actually have an energy limit, right? So most of the bad decisions I've ever made in business have been when I'm really tired and I've probably overworked myself. So I've just like, oh yeah, just do that. And you need to sometimes slow down to go faster. So like the Rolls-Royce analogy is slow is smooth, smooth is fast. You just want to keep that type of momentum. So as your business gets bigger, you almost want to try and pull yourself out of more stuff so you can focus on the bigger things that maybe are your zone of genius. The other way I'd frame that in terms of you running your team, I use Monday as like the sacrificial lamb in terms of all my meetings. I'll just try and palm into Monday from a team perspective. So I almost just like sacrifice that day of like, I'll just do as many as I can. That's like business management day, and the rest of the week I'll structure out and try and minimize meetings on creative days. So for example, Wednesday I would always try and focus on content because I'm not really training there. And the two biggest thought processes I can give you. You need to think more long-term and be more mature with your business. So people with bigger businesses aren't worried they've had a bad week, a bad month, they look in years. How has this year been? Like look back at last year. Actually, Don, we spoke about this earlier, right? You looked back at like your revenue, weren't happy with a certain month. You looked back at last year, like, well, actually would have been a PB last year. Reflecting back is a very important tool because this is all in your head and it's trying to keep your head screwed on to keep consistent. Most people don't have an intensity issue, they have a consistency issue. So if you can constantly turn up every day, even at 80% or even probably 60%, you'll beat a lot of people who are really consistent, who are doing 90 to 100%. The second thing is removing the stock market mentality with your business. So like, the up and down, and your energy is going with that, and your decision making is going through that. And I've been through that many, many times, but this is one of the most important things you need to like understand, is to get yourself into like an equilibrium where you're like a steady ground. With that, you then want to focus on identifying the point of constraint in the business. And you can only do that if you can think clear-headedly and actually have some clarity and you're not like in an anxious state. So 4 big examples that most people have in terms of why their business is scaling. 1 is a lack of traffic and awareness. 2 is a poor closing percentage of calls. 3 is a high churn. And the 4 would be like low LTV of clients and not maximizing the revenue per of them. And how do we identify this? We actually look at the numbers and constantly evaluate and look for feedback loops. Not enough people actually sit down and look at their business thinking like, what's actually going on? And this is where one of the most important things you do is have a weekly review with yourself every single week. So I personally sit down on a Sunday morning and I'll run through a specific set of questions. So there's 10 questions to ask. Number 1, rate last week on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being amazing. 2, what was your biggest priority last week? 3, did you accomplish it? And if not, why not? 4, what did you learn last week? 5, what were your biggest business highlights last week? So instantly you're starting to think, you're like, oh, I did this was sick, I did this was sick, or maybe this didn't work that well. Because a lot of the time we beat ourselves up, we're not making like progress yet. But one of the ultimate things with business is delayed gratification. The stuff we're doing right now, some of it we'll see some rewards in the next few weeks, like the Black Friday stuff, you can make money right now. But a lot of these things is going to be like a long tail. It probably takes 10 to 12 weeks to get some of the returns on these things, which is why most people struggle with business. Next questions would be 6, what was your biggest obstacle? 7, what did you need to solve it? What was your biggest personal highlight last week? And what 2 to 3 big priorities need to happen this week to make it a success? This is a very, very important question to ask. Literally look at your business, think of where you're at, what's not working, where am I struggling, how can I fix it? Number 10, what do you need to help with and who do you need to contact? So who within 7-figure scaling systems is best at solving this problem? Who can help with the ads, who can help with maybe sales? Whatever the problem is, as I said yesterday, 2 things solve problems, right? Money and people. So really think of that framework, because that's how you collapse time. And that's how I've moved 2 businesses forward very, very quickly and went from leaving my job as an estate agent 25th of February 2019. The app I use for this is the Day One app. I actually use my iPad. So I have a template questions. I put those questions into a template and it's really, really good exercise. I sit on a balcony, do that, I'll just sit somewhere outside. Again, don't look at your phone beforehand, don't look at Slack, don't look at anything. Just let your head be clear and just think consciously. The secret sauce to this though is check in externally with someone else, because what most people don't realize is you have blind spots, things you can't even see. Like even some of the things Ryan's face said yesterday, I was like, that's really interesting, I haven't even thought about it from that perspective. And that gives you a bigger field of awareness, and that's how you move forward a lot faster. So now the who is fixed, we're going to look at the how. So we can look at 2025 promotion calendar. So one of the most important things we need to do is look ahead of what's actually going on next year, and what do we need to be doing in terms of content, what do we need to be doing in terms of promotions, are we going to be doing events in our fitness business, where are you going to do those, how can I maximize everything that we do. So what that's basically look like, here's some examples in terms of the ones you could run. So January, we do new year, new you channels, new year, new you, that's a tongue twister. Back to routine. February, you've got Valentine's Day, President's Day weekend in the US. Basically, we map out all the big holidays. You can take photos. I can share the slides afterwards as well. March, spring into fitness, a bit cheesy. St. Patrick's Day. If you have an Irish community, if you're from Ireland, that's a very good idea. Also, certain parts of the US that works very well. Just let anyone else take a photo of that if you want to. Cool. April, you can actually see how many things there are you can actually sell around. It's insane. Easter promo, there's an Earth Day. You can do, depending on your niche, if you like vegan market, that might be quite a good one. May, you've got Mother's Day, Memorial Day in the US. June, you've got the start of summer. You've also got Father's Day. Just let anyone take a photo of that. You actually see how many sales opportunities over the year. It's insane. Like you can literally just sell something every 2 weeks. But I would try and find what fits your niche best. July, Independence Day, 4th of July is a big one. If you sell to the US, that crushes. Midsummer sale, we wanted to do that. August, back to school for the end of that. End of summer, Labor Day weekend again, and then like a fall into fitness, late September. October, Fittober, Halloween. November, you've got pre-holidays, Black Friday, obviously we spoke about that in depth. And then December, obviously, December countdown. I'll give you guys a secret as well, so this is something could be a good idea to do. We are doing this ourselves, is we're doing the 12 days of Giftmas. The first 12 days of December, we're doing 12 reels of just like league magnets, just giving insane value. So that might be something you could do as well. Not necessarily at promotion, but we will then sell the back end of that, just to give as much value as possible until you go into peak period of time. Now, how do you execute all these promotions? Now you've got your head in gear, you need a great team. Like, know what, like, Ryan obviously does very well pretty much on his own, slight unicorn. 99, maybe Wes Watson, that's probably the other person I can think of, but 99.9% of the people, you need a team if you want to get rid of the golden handcuffs of you having to do everything. And poor hiring is one of the bigger reasons people don't scale, and that's actually one of the big pain points a lot of you guys have in here. And a lot of that comes from rushing things and not being in the right energy, in the right headspace when you're interviewing people. And two of the big roles we hire for, one are setters. That's hard, right? It's difficult to get people to come into your DMs who are competent. Two is closers, debatably even harder. And what I want you guys to think about is like a different framework with how you treat these people. So I think about setters almost like as your regular army, and then closers are like the special forces. They have to have a very unique skill set. They're probably pretty weird in a lot of respects. They're a bit out there. Anyone who has worked with a lot of salespeople, you'll see they tend to be maybe certain character traits, probably quite egotistical, but you just go with that. If you think about people in the Navy, like Chris, you're in the Army. Can you relate to this?
Absolutely.
Hey, bro, there you go. Like, the people who are probably like the SAS stuff are insane, probably, right?
They are.
Yeah, there you go. So, like, people who go into like the special forces, they're going to be special. That's why they use the word, right? So this is same for closers. So they have very unique skill sets, but also need to be treated that way. You need to identify like this when you're interviewing them. And you want all your team members to love your business. If you have anyone in your business who's not congruent with what you do, not fully bought in, they need to go. Like, if they're not 100% in, they're like dipping the toe in, you need to replace them. Because you deep down know that person's not going to be there in 6 to 12 months. You're just not willing to have them comfortable conversations to get rid of them. And hands up, like, Aidan will admit to this, like, we've done that far too many times. We've let people coast for longer than we should have done before we've kicked them out. And that's why we've cleaned house with a lot of people probably over the last 6 to 9 months. And then what you'll find is if you have the analogy of one bad apple will ruin the bag, or rot the bag, all the other people start to improve rapidly because you haven't got someone who's pulling the bag. The other thing we look at is you want people to have a major pride in your business of being the best in the industry. You want to create a competitive culture where they take pride in how fast they respond to clients, how they communicate people, like their attention to detail, dependability, like Aidan mentioned, is one of our core values. And number two, it's like when you're building the brand, think like a nation state. Think about Dubai, right? Like you can feel the brand they're building here with this country, the messaging they put out, the way things are done. Even if you go and get to like your Emirates ID made, for example, there's like a robot in the thing that runs around, like everything is done to a very high standard. So think about that with your business and the people in it. And then three, when you have team members in your business, they have to see how they can achieve their goals of what they want in life within your business. And you as the entrepreneur, that's your job to set a vision, have big goals, so that they can see how they can achieve the things they want in life. And if you don't know what your team members want or what they value, which a lot of times is not actually monetary, then you're not going to maximize the performance out of them. They're also not going to stay for a very long period of time. And why 2025 will be the best year yet? This is literally beautiful what's happening at the moment. Trump winning the US election, the economies are going to take off. Global interest rates are being cut. There's literally money pumping into all the systems. And crypto and asset prices are driving up. Who remembers like end of 2020, start of 2021 in coaching? Good, right? Same thing's happening. Like, I can feel like you should be so excited because this is the season where the coaching business and everything online is going to boom for at least 12 to 18 months. So you have to be as sharp as possible to maximize this because people are going to have more disposable income. They're going to be more willing to actually put money in, buy things like coaching. And then in 18 to 24 months, that's probably going to slow down. You'll probably see in a year's time, inflation's going to get pretty high. We're probably back to the same cycle where we were 2 years ago. The cycles are repeating. So literally 2020 is the same as 2024 into 2024. It's wild. Like, I'm super excited. My girlfriend thinks I'm a freak of how excited I am about all this. Any questions? Shoot.
How important do you think it is to have your team? Is it okay if are they here in Dubai, or can they be anywhere? Does it really matter?
That's a great question. So you can have them anywhere. If I could go back, actually I'll give you a good example. One of the biggest mistakes I made is like, oh, it'd be really cool if you had a team like all over the world. This would be awesome. Like you can have them in like the Philippines, Mexico. It's actually the worst idea ever because it's super dysfunctional. Because if they're in the Philippines and someone's in Mexico, and then I'm in Dubai, and then people in the UK and people in Spain, like you can't communicate very well across that many time zones. So it's a shit show. So they don't have to be with you in person. If you can do, I think there's a lot of value to that. But the reality is you have a global pool of people you can hire from. So I would say anywhere in the world is fine, but I would try and have people in like set geographical areas. So for us, for example, we'll try and get people within like European time zones. I wouldn't hire people necessarily massively outside of that, except in like exceptional circumstances. Just because we can't communicate, can't have meetings, it's just difficult. Adrian.
What would you say the difference between deep work and sheer business tasks?
The difference between deep work and business tasks?
So you said you do deep work first and business tasks.
So deep work would be basically like, I'd almost frame it as building assets, so like money later stuff. You know, I mentioned earlier that a lot of the things we do right now aren't going to make money like necessarily today, tomorrow. It's those like long, like I've started writing a book, that would be one. Like that's a long process. So that would be one thing I would start doing in the morning, so I can like start writing this thing. Like I'm not going to see any results from that until it's finished, but that's a long tail thing. So even when it's planning content would be a deep work. If you're planning YouTube videos, Instagram reels, writing content, like reviewing your business, those type of things. Rather than like busy work, it's like, oh, I'm going to go in Slack and like ping pong message people, respond to stuff. Think about things that are building the business, like money later rather than money now. First.
When setting financial goals, how do you think about balancing like top line revenue, net income, profit margin, and the balance between those?
In what respect, in terms of adjusting them?
Like where to focus the effort, optimizing for net income growth?
It depends what stage you're at. So like if you're the bigger the business to some degree, like if you're making 10, 20K a month, your margin is going to be very high because you haven't got a team and it's going to go right. As the business generally gets bigger, the margin starts to go down to some degree because you have more people, yet you have a bigger pie, but maybe a slightly smaller piece of it, if that makes sense, but you make way more. I'd say for people who are really scaled up, say you're 80, 100K plus, you want to be looking like 50% is a good profit margin. But again, it depends on the situation. I know we spoke a bit about some of the stuff yesterday. It depends on the situation with the business. I would try and focus on top line revenue, and you have to understand you need to invest in growth. So you need to go through phases where you invest heavily in growth, and then like implement whatever you're doing, and then keep that cycle going almost. Actually.
Based on your experience with sellers, now obviously you've got a big account, so your sellers can probably work 24 hours a day. When starting with sellers and smaller accounts, firstly, like how many hours would you have them working on the account to maximize what you get back out of them?
I would say for any setter, 6 to 8 hours a day is the maximum they can work. And I would just have them across the peak hours. So peak hours is going to be the evening times of wherever you're trying to target. So say, for example, 4 p.m. till midnight, 4 to 11 p.m. That would be the base of where I would start and then scale off of that. And what I would say for anyone in here, a really important number to work out is your income per call booked. So if you take for October, if you work out your total revenue and you work out how many calls you booked in October, so like total front end revenue, and you work out how many calls you booked in October, if you divide the revenue by calls booked, like whether they showed up or not, will give your income per call booked. That's basically how much you can spend to get a call booked in. A lot of people that bring maybe £200. If you're paying a VA $5 an hour, you can, and like provided they're competent, you can be pretty aggressive in terms of hiring VAs at that point.
So $5 an hour.
It depends where they're from, but like if they're from South Africa or the Philippines, then.
Thank you.
Actually, just grab the mic.
So at the beginning you need to work a lot. So when you take a day off, which challenge is it? Okay, rest of the week.
When do you think you can rest a bit? I try and think in like sprints. So I would try and push hard for 4 to 6 weeks and maybe take a few days easier. But even we spoke about consistency, I would still just do probably like an hour or two's work in the morning. Like you can get a lot done, like things can tick along, we're just doing not a lot. I'm not sure if he's still here, but like Adam Lowe, for example, he told me he's not done a lot for the last 2 weeks. His business is still, like probably the last few weeks, he's still crushing it. Like once your business is up and it's a decent level, to keep it on cruise control is not that much, but it's like anything, right? It's like if you want to get a plane up to full speed, it takes a lot of power to get that going. But once it's cruising, you can glide for a long time. But the way I would also think about that is pick your times when you're going to take time off. So like you probably don't want to take time off in the busiest times. I would maybe even look at like the middle of the month where most people buy at the start and the end of the month when people get paid. So if you want to take some time off, I'd probably try and do it in like the quieter middle of the month, sorry. Got something there.
Hi. Okay, you know, like things that you mentioned are in core values, etc. Like when we set the business up, when it's just the two of us, we kind of just, it's not stuff that we really thought about and just gone on with it. And now that we're kind of a team of 5 coaches, like set up, we've got more people involved, I think this stuff is becoming more and more important. But like we've had a couple of sessions with Gavin to try and go, well, how do we try and formulate this or create a framework almost? But it just feels like,
It's forced?
Yeah, and just a bit overwhelming, right? So like, have you...
Okay, sorry, let's go. I'll give you the easy way to think about this.
Yeah.
Think about your dream employee. Yeah. How do they behave? Write down those 3 to 5 character traits, that's almost your values. Like they're dependable, they do stuff quickly, trustworthy, maybe caring. Like I would try and think like that, and that almost will give you your answers, because some of, like dependability was one of the things Ada mentioned. That wasn't actually one of our original core values, but I think it came off of one of our team members who's super dependable. That's actually really important, but we didn't have thought about that. For me, I'm like, sales marketing, like success loves speed, just do all this quick stuff. Whereas like, that's actually more important, that people are consistent.
Is there any like texts, books, anything like that you've read from like creating a business structure? Like I know like you've touched on traction a little bit, but is there anything like that you would think is a really good base to start with?
Not a book specifically, I can't remember them off the top of my head, but if I would look at Nike's core values, I remember distinctly reading those and thinking like, these are dope. You can see why this company does really well, and it's cool. Like you'd want to work there. That would be something I would look at. Like even if you look at for inspiration, I'm sure if you Google it, you can put a ChatGPT, companies you admire, maybe Gymshark, Apple, like whatever you like, see what their core values are, and then you'll get ideas from that. But I would start first with like, what's my dream team member? How do they behave? Like what is it I would want from them? And then work backwards from that. But like, this is really, I can't understand, like it's so underrated in terms of something that is important in the business.
If we could just keep hands up for some of the questions, just find out where to go next.
So one of the issues that I'm having at the moment is creating availability for calls.
Yeah.
Quite obviously I need a closer, but what happens is that if I don't create that availability pretty much, maybe not on every single day, but every other day, then I end up booking calls, let's say,
too far advanced.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Do you have any suggestions for that?
What's your shot?
They just end up being in between tasks, just because I need to create availability.
How do you block out your time for sales calls at the moment?
What do you mean?
Like what time is it? Like say, you're obviously in the UK, so it's like 4 till 7, or like what does that look like?
It depends on the day, but I try to have some slots around lunchtime, some slots around after work, and then at the weekend in the morning as well.
I would try, if you can, to almost just like maybe not have the middle of the day slots, collapse that down, just be like, okay, call from 4 till 6 or till 8 p.m. I'm going to take as many calls as I can and just push them all into that, and then just see if that can help you be more efficient. Because what you really want to avoid is like a random call in the middle of the day at 12 o'clock, and then like you're thinking, oh, you're at the gym, like, I need to be home because I'm going to speak to so-and-so, and then like they don't even show up, and oh, that's fucking annoying. Like we've all been there, right? Like that's super frustrating. The other thing is, you've got coaches in your business.
Yeah, just hired to, yeah.
The other suggestion would be maybe looking at like a hybrid approach to see if one of those guys could take the the overflow almost, to take some of the pressure off of you, if you think they would be competent for that. Because at some point you have depending how much availability of your time you want to give to the calls, there's a limited amount of calls you can take a week.
Yeah, obviously I'm looking to hire a closer at the moment. But
That is sometimes a good stepping ground to like cover the distance, to cover the gap, sorry. And if you've got one closer who's pretty competent, and even you said to him, look, like Charlie, this is the plan, we're looking to scale the business so I can give you as many clients as possible, but maybe for the next month or two, I just need you to take a couple of these calls to take some of the pressure off me, till I can get the volume up so I can get someone in full time to do these, because I can't take them all.
because that's the thing, we are holding back from booking calls.
Yes.
It's not enough.
Yeah, it's definitely what you want to do. I would see if one of those people are potentially competent for doing that. And if not, someone part-time to do closing.
Thank you.
Cool. Down the front? Oh, go on, Tanner.
You say you read 5 to 10 pages of self-improvement book most days.
Yeah.
What are your best or your favorite self-improvement books you've read?
There's a really weird book that, it's a really bizarre name. So a friend of mine, a guy who's a former client, he's worth like 500 million, so I listened to him, because I probably know something. Owns like a tech company, lives in Iceland. It's called Thick Heart, Black Face, or something like that. I can get the full name of it, it's got a bit of a bizarre name, but it's basically like a Chinese business book, like translated into English. A lot of it's like personal development, like business mindset. It's really like out there, it's really, really good.
Thick Heart, Black Face.
Yeah, Thick Heart, Black Face, that's it. Ollie.
Following on from that question over there, so when would you get a closer? Is it just when you physically can't book any more calls?
Basically when you're maxed, or the second thing I say is that, and this is what happened to me, is like, you open your phone, oh fuck, someone's booked another call, it's like, don't do this. Or like, you literally see Simon nodding. Yeah, bro, so like, when you're at that point, you know, we talk about the subconscious mind, is like, yeah, I don't really want this content to go viral, because I don't really want to take these calls, so let's just like cut corner a bit, and we'll just stay where we are, like safety. So that would be the point of, okay, we need someone to come in to start to take some of these calls. That would probably be a similar conversation in terms of, if you've got coaching, take some, or I'd actually say with you, with your audience and traffic, you could probably get someone in to just take loads. Yeah. And you could ramp it. Yeah, so like, if you're celebrating cancelling calls where people could give you money is a really bad sign of like, that's the, you know, the point of constraint we spoke about earlier, that's when, okay, the only thing you need to fix now is that, and that's where you go from like, say, 40, 50K to like 75 to 100. Doing this more.
When you've got multiple sets on the account, how would that work? Would it be different shifts or both at the same time?
It depends how much messaging volume you have. Ideally, I'd probably say for you, like you guys, you probably don't need them overlapping. I would just have maybe one on each account at the same time. But I would, if you've got a lot of volume, then you can have multiple. So we have multiple people on like peak hours to maximize when people are responding. But again, it's a bit of a depends. Like Nathan has about 1 million VAs because he has 50 billion messages working in the South Asian market. So it depends how much volume you have. One thing you never want to have is you go into your inbox and there's stacks of unreplied messages. That's like you hate money. You're burning leads at that point. Because like speed to lead, a quick response is important. So ideally a KPI says all leads reply to within 15 minutes. Sorry.
So if you work with a setter on a commission-based
Yeah.
basis, what would be good KPIs to, give to them? So say to work with?
In terms of how many hours or calls booked or specific?
Yeah.
It depends a lot on the account, right? So if you had Ollie's account that has loads and loads of traffic, he's getting 100,000 views, or you had an account that gets 1,000, they're going to book a very different call amount. So I'd say, how many calls do you think you can book? And like, what could you do if you had run your account for 8 hours? I'd probably set them that as pretty much the benchmark, and then go off of that.
Okay, and also like if it's on a commission-based basis, like how do you properly
Incentivize them.
Yeah.
That's the problem when people we have, Aidan will know who I'm talking about. We have one setter who's really, really good, like skill set, like he's a 10. The dependability value is very questionable. So like work ethic, because he's also commission only, so he just sort of floats in when he wants. That's the problem you get sometimes when people are commission only. So that's why I'd always recommend you have some form of a base. So like, not that you own them, but like you have to do these hours rather than you just turn up as you please. Like even if it's very marginal what you pay them.
Thank you.
Cool. Chino? Do you want to grab that? Sorry.
When would you know when to just like scale your ads a bit more? Because I feel like I'm scaling them just like a bit too slowly? Like this that goes
that Australia one I've spoken to you about, I would keep increasing that.
But you know, it's like, do I just do 10 every week, or should I just go 100 extra?
No. So like incrementally. So like, what happens? You don't want to scale. My previous thought with this is you had to go up 10% per day on an ad set. But I have an ads marketing nerd who spends like millions every week, and he's like, "That's bullshit. It's only when you go over 100 a day that really comes into effect. Like you could go from like 10 to 50, it doesn't really matter, as long as you can handle the volume on the back end." So I would say if you want to go up 10, 20 a day, it's not a problem. But I would generally just go up like incrementally, because it's easier then to see what's going on rather than like just fucking turn the dial on it.
So you do 10 a day rather than, I think, 10 a week.
Yeah, I would go up, like, just keep incrementally taking it up. So say if you're at 75 spend, say you take up a 10 a day for like 4 or 5 days in a row, you get up to like 105. I'd probably leave it there to 4 to 5 days, see what performance is like. If I get another sale, I'll be like, cool, like we're now at even more of a rise, I'll keep increasing it. And what you'll find with ads is that there's, what a lot of people do, particularly if you do it too quickly, they ramp the ad spend up, nothing happens. After 10 days, oh, this is shit, so then they cut it back down again. Then they get a sale and they're back in square one again. But the sale was from when they increased the ad spend, but they hadn't seen it yet because they hadn't given enough time. Which is why when I said to you before about, like, turning off those Australian ads, it's like, you haven't even hit your cost per acquisition on that ad set to turn it off. So with ads, you need to know roughly how much you're willing to spend to get a customer, or how much your other ads are spending. And generally, I would at least spend up to that, and just make sure that the other metrics, if you're running messenger ads, are roughly what you want in terms of like cost per message, cost per call booked, if that makes sense.
I would just add into that real quick as well. When it comes to like the ads front, when you're scaling, one of the biggest issues isn't going to be your actual ad returns, it'll be your infrastructure to handle the messages. So we did this multiple times, and this is where we started splitting it out across multiple accounts instead of one account. We got to the point where every like 2 to 3 seconds new conversations were being started, and we were burning tons of conversations just because the infrastructure wasn't there to handle the volume. So when you are scaling them, there are things you can do. If it's working really well on one account, and you've got a second account or a transformations page, you can move spend into there and have 2 well-running accounts instead of one that's like running in the red line. You will find that you are going to burn additional messages the higher your spend gets.
100%. Millie?
With regard to running an ad for traffic, if it's performing really well, and then you're going to retarget that middle part with part of the funnel, if you were to retarget with something so that they trust you a little bit more, would you then create like a chain where then the people who have seen a certain amount of that video then get a different one? Or are you going to retarget everyone from the initial ad that's driving the traffic, but with lots of different pieces of content?
We would retarget them with lots of different pieces. So like, I haven't got the slide up, but so if you think about the slides I showed yesterday talking about unaware, problem aware, solution aware, and then basically trying to sell them something, we would retarget. The first phase, I'd use at least 3 videos on unaware, like the proper cold one. I would then probably do 5 videos at least in each other stage, and just retarget the previous stage before. And you almost you're like filtering people through the process if that goes. So like, unaware they don't know who you are, problem aware you're making aware they have an issue in terms of losing weight or whatever it is. You then retarget the people who are watching the problem aware one with a solution aware of like, if you're someone who suffers with the menopause, here's 3 things you can do to solve it. You know they watched the thing about the menopause already, so they're obviously interested in that. And if they watched over 50% of that video, you can then retarget it with like, I'm looking for 5 women who want to lose weight who are struggling with menopause or something.
Okay, that's helpful. Do you map that out in terms of like a bit of a flow chart with regard to what pieces of content you're hitting them with?
Yeah, I'm going to put a lot of very specific trainings out on this. Like the framework I showed yesterday is something we've just built and done. So I'll map out like a really in-depth training on how to do all of this, and also how you can use AI to help, I just mentioned that to Simon, to make this very easy in terms of the content you need to make.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Do you want to, Chris, grab that?
Sorry, this might be a basic level question. How do you track who comes through an ad?
It depends when the ad is. So if you're running messenger ads, you need to have VAs tracking the keyword. So say, for example, we could put like, I don't know, Dubai could be the keyword. And then anyone who messages Dubai, you'd have a spreadsheet, we can give you the template, that basically the setter or whoever would log, okay, we've had 5 messages today, the ad and the ad spend, and then how much that works out cost per message. Because if your ad account is in the EU, it also won't show you the cost per message, and Facebook ads actually doesn't have accurate attribution in terms of tracking the data. It's wildly off. So you have to do that manually. Yeah.
So if you were, so any ad that you would run, you'd have differences like Black Friday and Dubai as opposed to having just like, so if I was to run one saying get started, like, as a keyword, I wouldn't run a Black Friday one saying get started as well.
It could be like get started BF or something.
Oh, okay.
Or like if you're running it to the US, get started US, get started Dubai. Like try and just have something that's a unique identifier on it.
Yeah, just add that to the
Yeah.
spreadsheet.
Any more? Cool. Last questions? Awesome. So one of the things we love to do at these events is celebrate people who are crushing it and hitting really, really big milestones. We've helped a lot of coaches scale to some really, really big numbers and really become unicorns in terms of what they do within their business. And that's one of the things that I think is really important for every person here to see, is when you see other people who are doing really, really well at a high level, it gives you hope of like, shit, I can do this thing. I remember the first time I went to a mastermind in the US, again, I thought I was like killing it, I was making like 30K a month. And I met a really good friend of mine now who makes like $1 million, $2 million a month. And I was like, holy shit, like there's levels. Like there's a lot more than my little talent from the UK. So a really good example of this, like Mark and Jess Ross, I'd like to invite you up, so we've got an award to give you guys for hitting your first 100K a month. Yeah. You know I could go up for this. Very good. So we've got a plaque to give you guys for doing that.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Stick it in the wall. I don't know if you guys want to share anything that you would say has helped you in terms of like a mindset side of things, or anything in terms of like persistence. Like you've been coaching for a while.
Been coaching for a long time, so this is coming. This should be coming. I don't mind saying it. I've been in other mentorships, and getting to this one is just another level. And it's just being around people, like the guys and girls in there. Like I can't believe how helpful everyone is. It's unbelievable. Like that's why we've done this. Obviously with everything you've been teaching us as well, but just speaking to people and making friends, and everyone wants everyone to win. And yeah, we just ask everything that we need to know, and we get answers, and we follow the basic advice.
And I'd say what you both are really good at is just executing. There's no bullshit. Like you moved house and like all this other stuff, and it still just happened, right? So yeah, it's awesome.
Just get on with it.
Yeah, just execute. Thanks, man. Try to grab a quick photo and then we'll...
Yeah.
Cool.
Cheers.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have a number two to come up? Nathan Johnson's. We've got another person who hit the first 100K month. It's like 2 and 4 weeks. I would say Nathan is probably one of the best people I've ever seen at executing stuff, because his surname's Johnson. We joked about it on the podcast, we called his house. So congrats, here you go. Anything you would say, is that on? In terms of some advice? Obviously you've been coaching for a long time. You've also helped people from their business as well. And I remember when we first spoke, the goal was to get to 100K a month, and we've done it, and now the goal is to get to like 150 and 200.
Yeah, I think it was just the content really going in on the niche even further. When we really dialed that in, looking at the exacts of numbers, figures, niching in even harder, that went, we gained 100,000 followers this year, and coincidentally we've tripled the numbers as well financially as well, so that works massively.
What would you say to people who are like apprehensive actually about doing the work? Because I think, like I mentioned the retargeting thing to you, you've done it. Like you just do stuff. What would you advise to people who are like, oh, I might do that, but you just sit through?
I mean, I just look at who's giving the advice of like, I kind of want one of those watches, so I'll probably do the same thing that he did.
Yeah, appreciate that. Awesome. Let's go for it.
Thank you, dude.
Awesome.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. You round of applause, Nathan. I say you are literally at the point you're pretty much a unicorn in the industry when you're doing over 6 figures a month, and Nathan is one of the hardest working people I know. Like really, really quick in terms of executing things, he does phenomenally well. The last thing we want to do is we want to give an award to Zainab Sarahan as a future leader to come up here. Like being in a room like this at a very young age is awesome. So like,
everybody,
this is wild.
She is on fire. Let's go, you guys. Give her the energy. She is the future of our industry. There she is.
Apparently she listens to my podcast all the time with her mum. So.
And Ruby, you should be proud of your girl.
Yeah, this is like parenting goals. I'm not nervous either. Cool, big thank you. That is wild. Like, I wish I had known this type of stuff when I was younger. So you're in a room with people who are crushing it, you're seeing some of how it's done, and I wouldn't be doing my job correctly. I talked about Black Friday offers yesterday if I didn't have a Black Friday offer. So if you're currently not on 7-figure scaling system or Fit Pro Launch Systems, our beginner program, for Black Friday, we're basically giving 3 months of extra free coaching included within our program. If you want more details on that information with that, if you grab any of the guys with the 7-figure scaling systems t-shirt to talk about that, or you can speak to myself. No hard pitches because that's not my vibe at all. I don't really care if anyone signs up, I'm good. But like, we can genuinely really help you. And I really fucking care about helping people. I really care about you getting results, you changing your life, and you having the ability to change your family's lives, kids' lives. It's wild. So big thank you for everyone being here today. We're gonna have a break now for 15, 20 minutes. And then we'll have James to come on next to talk about property investing in Dubai, which the big goal I want for everyone in here is to make money in your business. Then you actually have extra money you can invest into things that then gives you financial freedom. Because that's actually the game of how you get freedom for your family long term. So thank you.